38 minutes. Better listen intently. Then I went and put on the Nicki Minaj re-release. I was like, all right, yeah.
Nicki, game kind of missed Nicki a little bit. I'm not even the biggest Nicki fan, and I don't like the way she's been moving the last like 3 or 4 years. But to see her back in the game, it was like, okay, Nicki, all right, we kind of missed you.
Mm-hmm.
She's been wilding out lately.
I got into that. Like, yeah, okay, it's a good look. See y'all all in here.
Hey, Donnie, what's up, baby? You know what it is, man. It's Friday. I got a fresh shave.
I'm
so you
jealous.
know what it is, man. This is what it feels like.
Yeah, I'm jealous. That's hot. I've been eyeballing that one forever.
Yeah, man. I had to cop that one once he put the thing on there. I was like, oh yeah, I got to get that one. Anybody play WNBA? Anybody play nationally today? Like national TV game?
Yeah, I would think the Open's on national TV.
Because I'm trying to figure out, maybe they're on NBA TV. Because I don't know if
NBA TV and CBS Sports Network.
That's right, they did sign with CBS Sports Network.
Yep. Mystics don't open until tomorrow.
My girl Della Don.
Della Don, Tina Charles. And they got Chicago, too, so that'll be a good one tomorrow morning. That's the ABC game tomorrow. That's the first ABC game tomorrow.
My girls in Vegas play. My girl Liz. My girl Liz playing at noon.
They are cold, cold. Yeah.
Let me get
allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is that's a goddamn shame. It's a goddamn shame he brought Kenny's bottles over here because I don't know if they're gonna make it out of here. I don't know if they're gonna make it out of here.
Hey, look, speaking of, we text back and forth earlier, and I told the Queen Bee, she's like, we might have to make a drive out there tonight.
We'll make sure you get it.
She was like, it's Friday night.
I was trying to figure out a way to get him.
The kid ain't here.
You might need to make a drive. You might, man. Those blues look nice behind them too.
So clean, bro. Oh my god, boy. Yo, the streets is going crazy. I saw the other day on his live, Rick Ross was talking about people hit him up in a DM like, yo, I'll give you $5,000 for the bottle because they can't get it. And he's like, I can't do that though. I can't do that. Yeah, they going crazy for the bottle, man. I can't wait to taste it.
Oh man, I'm just envisioning this with that McQueen. They call the Brute. They call the Brute and the McQueen the French 75.
Oh, that's
man. What we gonna do? This like hypnotic 2021. Like what we doing here? Yeah. Kings lose. Don't mind me. I just sit here with the bottle.
So Ross yesterday he had a store opening or something like that, and he walked around with the blue bottle, just walking around, like not even like champagne and campaigning, just had it like it was a purse or something like that. And Jazz was like, yeah, that's how you need to just walk around. I'm just walk around town with the blue bottle. Just walk around. Yeah, you gotta see I went with the straw today. Need a little flavor in my ear.
There you go.
Once again, the Kings cannot ruin my Friday, my favorite day of the week.
Oh yeah, they ain't gonna ruin today. Not today, devil. You can't take my joy, devil. Makes me clap my hands. Makes me wanna dance and stomp.
Shout out to Salt. That was my girl Salt from Salt.
Oh yeah.
Growing up though, I was a Pepper guy though. I was like, oh, that's a woman.
Yeah.
That's a woman.
It's a grown ass woman, dog. It's a grown ass woman, dog. Twitter did not exist the last time the Kings played a playoff game.
Twitter wasn't even thought of. What Twitter come out in 09?
Man, is that when it was?
I think it was 09. Tragic. Tragic.
Oh, I see you, Sabrina Nescu. Yes, that's tonight. Yeah,
welcome back.
Yeah. Well, we made it to a Friday, and as we just learned there a couple of minutes ago, the Sacramento Kings the last time the Kings made the playoffs, Twitter didn't exist. And Twitter was a cold place last night, just after 7 o'clock, as things did not go the way of the team in purple or black or whatever color they were wearing yesterday, man. I don't know. We're going to have a good day today. No matter what, despite the fact that it's going to be very much a funeral worth throwing the dirt on the Sacramento Kings as their postseason hopes, as slim as they may have been, came to an end last night in the final 3 minutes of that game against the Memphis Grizzlies. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes,
I'm Damian Barling. With D-Lo and Casey, we're thrilled that you're here with us. KD, Kyle Draper, are going to join us about an hour from now. He was on the call with DC last night. He'll let us know what he saw there in the final moments of that game, give us his thoughts on the Kings. And KC, 116-110. It was set up beautifully. Knicks were down by like 100. Fought back in the third and start of the fourth, and just a phenomenal performance from the New York Knicks to close that game out. Spurs lose. At the time the Spurs lost, the Kings were up 6. And it was like, yo, it's about to happen.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to have some fun tomorrow. I don't know what the weekend holds.
Yeah.
But we're going to have some fun tomorrow. And then not.
Well, before we get started, let me get some business out the way. First and foremost,
I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you?
And then last but not least, for the last time, maybe ever.
Still standing. I'm still strong.
No, you're not.
Nope.
No, you're not, Sacramento Kings. You're not standing and you're not strong.
You're dead.
All right.
It's boys in the hood. Y'all want to go see a dead body? Tune in tonight at 6 o'clock.
I mean, that was tough. So I was, for whatever reason, I didn't have the two screens going on. I wasn't even in the room with the two screens. I could have had them both going, but I went old school, one screen, didn't even have it on the computer. And I was watching the Knicks game in the final. I probably watched all that final quarter. I followed here and there with the Kings and stuff like that. But I was like, I knew what was going on with the Kings, but I figured I can go watch it later. I need to see what's going on here because the Knicks, shout out to the Knicks tape. They're doing what they're doing. And the Knicks game ends. And I was like, whew. When I left to watch the Knicks game, the Kings were down 6, I think. I want to say it was 78-72. Soon as I turned the Knicks game off, I go back to the Kings game. Metu catches the ball on the wing, hits that 3 to make it 99-91. I said, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. This is about to pop off. These boys then came back and they doing work. And they had a couple moments after that, but not enough, man.
No.
Not enough. That was pretty frustrating to watch last night. And I'm gonna tell you like this. There are some things that I'm optimistic about, things that I feel good about this squad and the roster and some of the things that I saw last night from some of the guys that should be back next year. But today ain't the day for that. No. I'm going to tell you right now, today is not the day. We can do the optimism thing later, or at the very least, it ain't the segment for it because I ain't really here to talk about, oh, yeah, I like what I saw of the songs. Man, nah, man, it's 15 years, man.
15 years indeed. Tied for the longest drought in NBA history. Let's get a couple of things just knocked out real quick. Obviously, sit down, get comfortable, put your feet up, relax. We're here with you for the next 4 hours. As mentioned, Kyle Draper at 1 o'clock. Marshall Harris, very eager to join us, coming up at 1:47 today. Always great to have Marshall Harris, CBS 13, with us for his weekly visit on Fridays. I know Rashawn Holmes left in the second quarter with, I guess it was a knee issue. So he exited the game. So now you're out Rashawn, you're out Marvin, you're out Harrison, you're out De'Aaron, and you're out Tyrese. Five in a way, that's 5 starters right there.
Right,
I know,
right.
You get what I'm doing with Tyrese.
Right.
In that sense, it's like, all right, yeah, I get it. Like, I understand. But this team played really, really good ball. This team played good enough to win for 46 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
A little over 46 minutes. And to suddenly go, man, injuries. Like, they fought hard. They were this, they were that. It's like, no, wait a minute. They only played bad for 2 minutes. And you go back and you watch those final, more like about 2.5, 3 minutes. You go back and you watch those final few possessions. Bruh, they are brutal. From shot clock violations to 3-pointers that come up 5 feet short to Buddy Hield shooting a garbage contested 3 with 15 seconds left on the shot clock while you're still winning. That has nothing to do with injuries. It has to do with poor play and poor execution. Now, if you want to argue, they didn't have a go-to guy. They didn't have the guy to lead the charge on their way home. Okay. Like, you've got a $24 million 2-guard out there. Mm-hmm. He couldn't lead the charge out there with Metu and Damian Jones or Terrence Davis or DeLon Wright or whoever the hell was on the floor in those final few minutes?
No.
Apparently not. But I won't. If they had come out and they had just gotten beaten from tip to buzzer, I'm not talking like Utah Jazz beating. I'm just talking about you go out there, you play hard, you lose the game, you're just not talented enough. You could sell me on the injury excuse. Mm-hmm. Things go south after Rashawn Holmes leaves in the second quarter. You could sell me on the injury excuse. You can't sell me on the injury excuse when you play well for 46 minutes. You can't go, oh, gosh, darn it, geez, golly, shucks, we gave a hell of an effort without our guys. No, you failed to execute the last 2 minutes. That's why you lost. You didn't lose because you were missing 5 starters. You lost because you failed to execute.
They tricked the game off, man. They tricked it off. They were up, 110, 106? Or
110, I think it was 110, 104.
110, 104. And didn't score again.
Spoiler alert, they ended at 110. It was a 12-0 run to close the game.
That's unacceptable, man. It's unacceptable, and there's no other way to put it other than they tricked it off, man. I mean, there was defensive possessions where they didn't do what they were supposed to do. Offensively, just bad shots and bad. I don't want to overuse the word IQ, but I mean, there's certain things that you got to be able to do. I look at coming out of the timeout, the shot clock violation.
Bruh.
Just an absolute killer. Killer.
It felt like, and I think it was DeLon who was controlling that possession.
Yeah.
It felt like maybe he thought the clock was at like reset to 14 seconds. Like he just had no awareness that the clock was at 9.
No awareness whatsoever. And that's something right there where, if I'm the coach before we come out of the huddle, and I don't know if Luke did it or not, or any of the coaches did it. Hey, remember, shot clock is at 9 or whatever the case may be. Mm-hmm. There's that aspect of it, but there's also the aspect of I'm the point guard out there. I gotta know that. I gotta know. Yep. One of the 5 guys out there has to know and communicate to his guys. We've got 9 on the shot clock.
Yep.
And I'm not here to stall out Luke or any of the coaches or nothing like that. But that's something that you gotta take accountability for as a player by yourself. You've got to know that. You have to know that. And then the other thing was Buddy did a great job of getting the offensive rebound from Valanciunas and got it and was stuck under the basket. You cannot dribble that ball out of bounds. That can't happen. You got to be stronger with your handle. You got to be stronger with the rock. Under no circumstances can you just not be strong enough with your handle where that ball gets dribbled on the inline.
Yeah, I'm watching that. Well,
you can't do that.
And the crazy and this is it's like it's such a Buddy Hield moment, right? Because he got there and you popped for it like,
play. Yeah.
And then it was like the steal all over again. Who was that against?
Miami.
Where he fumbled the ball out of bounds on the goal line. Like it was that play all over again. Except,
the Warriors game.
It was at the Warriors. I didn't think it was Miami. Okay, the Warriors game. Yeah. That one. That one. That it was just like that where you marvel at the effort and then it's like, oh crap. Shoot. With the same exact result, but he dribbles the ball out of bounds. It's the same exact result.
Like that cannot happen. Like you can't just dribble it on the inline. You have to have an awareness of where you're at, how much room you have to operate. If you don't have enough room to be able to push that ball and keep it in bounds, then you go a different direction. Or like other people were saying, you call a timeout. I mean, I'm not going to get on him for that. I don't think I would have called a timeout. I wouldn't have been thinking to call a timeout. You get out of that. You get out of that. Like if you're a guard and you're sure of your handle, you can get out of that. And you can get out of that without dribbling on the inline. And I'm not here to pile on Buddy or nothing like that, but that can't happen.
Yeah, I'm just looking back at that whole play. Terrence Davis pump fake, step back, front of the rim. I mean, such a great effort to get there. I get why you don't go up in that spot with Valanciunas' big ass lurking over you.
All right.
Man, that's tough, bro. And I kind of said that, passively as if that's not a bigger deal. Terrence Davis, step back three, pump fake, step back three. You're up one at that point. I don't think this team did anything but shoot threes there in the final couple of minutes.
No.
Buddy, Metu, hey, ain't nobody champion Metu more than we do. Perhaps Freeport was feeling himself a smidge bit too much. Metu took 10 threes yesterday.
That's a lot of threes, man.
I mean, he hit 4 of them. Yeah. Normally, you look at 4 or 10 and be like, hey, cool. Metu took 10 threes yesterday.
And also the thing about that is I'll say, like you said, while he hit 4 of 10, it's not terrible, especially from your power forward.
Buddy shot the same exact percentage, 4 of 10.
Yeah. I would have liked Metu to give me maybe 2 pump fakes in attack. You know what I mean? If he was 4 of 8 or, took 7 threes. He did it a couple of times where I saw him because he hit a couple, so they had to close out on him. Valanciunas, who, hey, look, you guys know how we feel about Valanciunas out here. He was unstoppable last night.
Yeah, man. Brutal
game last night.
Yep.
So, but there was a couple of times when he, could have pump fake because Valanciunas was closing out hard, rip through, get to the bucket. He did that one time. 10 is a lot, man. But, 10 is a lot. But in that situation, like you're in the flow of the game, you've hit some shots, you're open.
Sure.
You're not thinking, I've taken 5
right
more than I probably should have. You're like,
right.
Hey,
I'm past my allotment. Right. I'm about to go into my overage here. I'm running out of minutes. Old school cell phone use. I'm running out of minutes. I'm gonna get you. Nobody thinking about that. Yeah, ain't nobody thinking about that. And you go back and you look at him, even the one that he missed by 47 feet, I believe it was. Pull it up here. Like it wasn't a bad look.
Yeah, I don't know why he missed.
That was a Metu 3. I'm sorry. I think I said that was a Terrence Davis step back. That was Metu that did that.
That's kind of crazy that he's shooting a step back.
Yeah, all right, let's step out. Let's come back. We'll talk a lot more about the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk a lot more about that game. We'll throw the dirt on the season, and I imagine there's probably going to be some so-and-so is not going to play the remainder of the season announcements tonight. So we'll have those for you. Kyle Draper at 1 o'clock, Marshall Harris at 1:47. Dealing with KC, just getting started here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Hey, this is Kenny Caraway here. And while I thought maybe this weekend I'd be champagning and campaigning with a little McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin, now I'm just going to be drinking McQueen in the Violet Fog Gym. But the good thing about it is once I start drinking it, I'm like, oh, I'm feeling good again, because this is the gin and the drink that makes me calm down just a little bit here when I'm a little antsy with these Kings. It's probably the smooth delivery and distinct citrus flavor that always gets me every time. It refreshes me. It's A1 every single time. And the thing about it is McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin is something that you can literally taste the quality in every bottle. That's because the Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. So what that tells me, and it should tell you, is they don't make much, but what they do make is damn good. Now, order online at drizzly.com or grab a bottle next time you're out and about. And if they don't have it in the store, let me know, let Damien know. We'll let our guy Ben know, and we'll get that re-up and get you taken care of. If you want some, we'll get you some, all right? Don't worry about it. Show us how much you enjoy McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin by tagging your post at D'Lo and KC and at McQueen Violet Fog. It is time to put the entire region on to the best gin in the world today. After 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. KIFM reminds you, be responsible. Do not drink and drive. Whew. Tragic.
John, imagine all the pretty pictures you take with this blue bottle.
Brr.
It's cold in here. Yeah, I see John just mentioned it. Just check Total Wine's not there. I don't think it's anywhere.
Nah, I don't think so either.
Except,
That exclusive.
Except Ricky Rose, Gucci Mane, and D'Lo. Kenny ain't even got his yet. Because Kenny's is here. Like, yeah, go ahead, leave. Kenny's right here. I'll make sure that he gets it. Oh, John. Oh, brutal. Yeah, that would have been pretty dope. That would have been pretty, but I can already see it in the sand with the ocean behind. Yep, I see it. Yeah, Udonis Haslam ain't here for nobody's trash. That was one of the greatest things ever.
Brought in the goon. And you know what the other thing about this, Damien, is
that's a great line. Why last time Kings made the playoffs, you did have to worry about your cell phone minutes.
Last time the Kings make the playoffs, cell phones. What? Payphone. Pacific Bell. That's how I got in touch with you guys.
Your phone was this big. Like,
the Zach Morris. The Zach Morris phone.
With it in your on the outside of your belt clip.
Yeah, you had a case that you kept in the car phone.
Oh yeah, you had one in it. You had the bag. Walked around with the bag.
The other thing about the blue bottles, Damien, is, I mean, that the shipment, you got the blue box.
Yeah, I got the blue box.
Ooh.
It's purty. It's purty. 10 cents a text. Big. Yeah. It's the new Luke Belaire blue.
Yeah, man.
Yes, that new what is it called? It has a name. The type of wine. Cuvée. It's a new, like, they got the rosé, they got the brut. I think this is called a cuvée.
I can't wait to taste it. I bet that tastes so good.
Good luck getting it. I moved.
Check. Yo. The Kings aren't in the postseason. What's new? We knew what it was going to be, but we're still blue. Like McQueen, like Luke Belaire, we taste good, but we don't see nothing fair about the Kings not making it. It don't make no sense. We just ain't in the playoffs. Who cares? Bars. Me or J. Cole.
That was terrible. How do you feel knowing that Butcher Boy raps better than you? Like, I want you to think about it. That's true. He did. He did write it down. He did write it down. He still go though. He still go.
I definitely J. Cole really freestyled, and that was insane.
Oh my gosh, yeah, that one. But for LA, right? The one from LA. Ooh, that was nasty.
Oh my gosh, and it was like really a freestyle because he messed up, and he was like, I lost it.
And then he brought it back.
Oh my gosh.
I think Black Bottles 916 is in Vegas. He was like, oh, that's bars right there. That's bars right there.
Black Bottles 916. You hear the bar, sign me up.
Yeah, that's jacked up that you didn't leave in any of this new Luke Belair blue that we're showing off here on the live stream for Kenny. That's jacked up, Ben. I can't believe you left me 4 bottles and Kenny none. That's foul. Why you do KC like that? He probably couldn't get past security in Elk Grove. He was like, man, I'm just going to leave this all the way.
He's always on the list. Uh-oh. Well, wait a minute.
Okay. All right. Done deal. Done deal, mama. Come on over. Sprout knows how to open the door. Come pick him up. Jazzy says she's on her way. It's a J. Cole Friday. J. Cole's new album dropped. If you need something to cheer you up after last night's loss, go listen to that. Yeah. It's over in 38 minutes, so it's not going to take up much of your time. Either albums are 40 freaking songs now or they're 30 minutes. It's one or the other. I guess there's no in between. But it's hot, man. Go take a listen to it. Just don't watch King's highlight. In fact, you can watch about 46 minutes of King's highlights as you're listening to it. Kyle Draper is going to join us at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. Marshall Harris is going to join us a little bit over an hour from now. We're breaking down all of the things that went wrong. I guess at some point we can get to the things that went right. There are some things that went right. I mean, we could celebrate the way that Justin James played yesterday. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with the way Justin James played yesterday. And the fact that the team rallied, the fact that the Sacramento Kings were in the position that they were in, that's commendable. It's just frustrating. Put it like this. Our man Danny in San Francisco pointed this out to us earlier today. Isn't this what we wanted, right? We wanted meaningful basketball in the final few games. Yeah. Okay, we got it. But what was heartbreaking is the fact that it's not like they were beaten on a buzzer beater. It's not like they were beaten. They were beaten in heartbreaking fashion, but it was like you played great for 46 minutes, and then you just let things kind of fall apart with bad decision-making, poor shot selection, turnovers in the final 2 minutes.
Yeah, man. It was tough. But, I mean, obviously outside of the playoffs, we all wanted that. But if we weren't going to make the playoffs, give us an opportunity. And give us something to be entertained by and something to watch up until the last weekend of the season. And they absolutely did that. So there's positive there. There's positive with the group that they have. And I really believe in this group that they have possibly coming back. We know Mo Harkless is a free agent. Terrence Davis is a restricted free agent. I'm pretty sure he's going to come back. You got DeLon Wright. Damian Jones. Justin James has worked himself onto this team, I think. Now, how many minutes he'll have available when everybody's there, I'm not sure. But he's worked his way on there. Justin James has gotten better. His game has improved. I see it in his game. The things he was doing last night, I'm not even just saying, yeah, he couldn't score 31 points a year ago. I understand that. But the way he's moving his shot, the way he attacks, his handle, all this other stuff, he couldn't do that a year ago. He's gotten better, and he's proven that he should be on this squad.
I mean, you coach young people, like you've been in the game for so long. How do you evaluate a player like Justin James? Like, how do you evaluate a game like that? You asked him to play a role that he has never played before, right? You asked him to have to step up. And the good news, bad news thing with this, and this probably would have been the case regardless of the Kings winning or losing last night. Chances are, Justin James, he played 32 minutes last night. Chances are Justin James will play 32 minutes tonight. Played 32 minutes on Sunday as well. Like I think you're gonna see a lot of these guys. I think we'll get an announcement that De'Aaron Fox isn't coming back. Doesn't make sense for De'Aaron Fox to come back. Doesn't make sense for Harrison Barnes to come back. Marvin Bagley probably wouldn't even be able to come back, so it doesn't even matter. Like I think we're gonna see Rashawn. I don't know. That was weird. I don't know the situation with Rashawn Holmes or how he would even feel about coming back, knowing the summer that he has ahead of him. So there's a good chance you're gonna see Louis the King. We very well get 25 to 30 minutes of Louis the King.
A little breakaway, bang out, and one.
Had him a little something out there. Yeah, did a little stare like he was feeling himself. I like that confidence. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Point being is all of these guys that you mentioned, I think we're going to see a lot of them over the course of the next couple of days. But with a game like Justin James had last night, like if you're Monty, how do you even evaluate that? Like, how do you even look at that game that he produced and go, there he is. There's our there's a new starter right there. There's a key rotational player.
I think you don't jump out the window. So for instance, I look at Terrence Davis and, people get kind of flustered when people are like, oh, now look at Terrence Davis. He could probably start instead of Buddy. I'm not ready to go that far with it. Although I'm not going to lie to anybody. I had those thoughts floating in my head for a couple of weeks now when I see what he's been able to do. But I don't want to, this is where I mean, you evaluate, you don't want to jump out the window with how you feel about somebody. You say, okay, you wanted Terrence Davis to be a guy that can give you a boost off the bench. He's shown that he can do that. Don't try to put him and be like, oh, he can be a starter now. No, you wanted to see if he could do that. He's shown he can do that. Justin James, same thing. You want to see that he's an NBA guy. He's a guy that you can put out there and you don't lose too much off the table. He can give you tough, hard-nosed defense. He can make the occasional buckets. Are you saying, well, he scored 31, so now I think that he can be a 20-point per game scorer in this league? Absolutely not. But what it did show me, and it should show Monty, is he stays ready. He stays ready, and that's important. He wasn't caught off guard. He's been working on his game, and he's ready. He hasn't played consistently for the 2 years, but given the opportunity, he was ready to go. He's ready to contribute. And really, it was like a culmination with what he did last night because he had been playing good basketball, good hard-nosed basketball at the very least since the Dallas game, the last Dallas game. I like some of the things that he did in that game. That's when he really started to catch my eye. I think he had another good game before that. But the Dallas game for sure caught my eye with the way he was scrapping out there, the way he was defending against Luka and doing some stuff. And it culminated in what he was able to do last night. So if you're evaluating these players, like you kind of, because of the injuries, you have a little bit of a body of work to look at. And I could look at what Justin James last night. Maybe that sealed the deal. But I was already, if I'm Monty, leaning towards, I kind of like what he brings to the table. And I was already going that way. And you can bring him on that way. So I went from Justin James probably being on the fence of being here is I'd bring him back. I'd absolutely bring him back next year.
You've got to, like, we're getting dangerously close to like running this whole thing back.
We are.
Okay.
We are. But
I mean, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that you are a part of you. And a part of your situation, you don't really have too much of a choice because you don't have a lot of room. You don't have a lot of room. If you can't get rid of Buddy, Barnes, Bagley, you don't have much of an option but to run it back. And luckily, he was able to get some guys at the deadline that could help contribute. But there's not much out there in the way of free agency that you can do. The only trades that you can really make is Buddy, Barnes, your pick, or Bagley. And that's how you change it up.
And who's that with? You know what I mean? Like who's going, you know what we need? God dang it, I know what we need. We need Marvin Bagley. Like, no, I mean, like, no one's doing that. There might be, there could be with the other two. I absolutely believe there's someone, we could try to, let's see if we could get our hands on Harrison Barnes. Let's see what Monty's going to do with him. He needs to free up some space. Well, let's see what Monty wants to do with Buddy Hield. It feels like things are a little off there. Maybe we could get him in here and he could be a 3-point shooter for us or something along those lines. But Harrison's contract's far more attractive. It's 2 more years and it's dropping each year. Next year and the following year, like it drops in salary. Buddy's not as attractive at all. It's an entirely different ballgame with Buddy Hield.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, like we keep talking about who's not on the roster next year. Well, Hassan Whiteside's not. Right? Like Hassan Whiteside's going to be on health and safety protocols all next year. We don't know the situation with Mo Harkless. Like, we love what Mo Harkless has contributed. I assume Monty enjoys what Mo Harkless has contributed. But is Mo Harkless really looking around the league going, you know what? I'm probably not going to sign for a ton of money. Let me go ahead and ride here in Sacramento. I don't know if that's the case.
You got to
and I don't want to frame it as Mo Harkless. It feels like after this stretch, Mo Harkless would be like, oh, that's a bummer. It's not like a massive loss. You know what I mean? It's like, oh my God, so 16 years because Mo Harkless isn't coming back. Kill hope, tank, lose, go 1-81 or something like that. I don't think it's that, but still at the same time, I don't know how you convince Mo Harkless, like, hey, come stay here in Sacramento.
And convince him with money. That's how you convince him.
Okay, let's go back to the Buddy. Let's go back to the Buddy Bagley Barnes problem. One of those got to go if you're going to convince him with money, because don't you got to do the same with Rashawn?
Well, once again, remember I asked Bobby Marks last week.
You did.
I said, can you keep Harkless, or excuse me, can you keep Buddy, Barnes, Marvin on the roster and still sign Rashawn and Harkless? And he was like, yeah, and you'd have money left over to go get one or two people. I don't know if he's coming up with that, but I specifically asked him, can you keep all these people and still be good? And he said yes.
I know he mentioned the mid-level, and I think they would be, I'd have to go back. I feel like they would be within like $6 of the salary cap. Like, so you'd be spending you'd be spending right at the tippy top of it. And again, that's just off the top of my head. Might have to go back and look at what Bobby wrote a week or so ago on ESPN.com. But it just feels like there, after this stretch, there are a lot of guys that we like, and it's like, okay, we love DeLon, love Terrence, love these guys who have been busting their butt over the course of the last few days. This right now, as it stands, is a 31 win team, and I think there's a very real possibility that they wind up, a very likely possibility they just wind up matching last year's win total. Memphis, we know, isn't motivated to win tonight because they literally get nothing out of winning tonight. It all boils down to, for Golden State and Memphis, it boils down to their game tomorrow, which just happened to be scheduled for the last game of the season. Whoever wins that's going to get the 8th seed. Right. Whatever the Grizzlies do tonight doesn't matter. Whatever the Warriors do tomorrow night, it doesn't matter. It all boils down to their game on Sunday. So, but with that said, I feel like the Kings are let down too. Like you heard it from Luke Walton yesterday. You heard it from, the guys who went to the podium. Like, yeah, we knew what this was. Like, guys fought hard, proud of their fight, but Luke was obviously disappointed, and rightfully so yesterday, because the game was within reach for them.
Right.
But now that there's nothing there, I don't know what type of intensity is going to be there for them. I think it was one thing to get out there and you kind of get that, you get the first win as a group without De'Aaron, and you're in a good flow when Tyrese goes down, and you pick it up and you finish that one, and all of a sudden you're looking around like, hey, we won a couple of games together, and you find that passion within yourself, right? You say this all the time. Where's the pride in these players? You didn't have to question that from these guys. Even in the loss last night, you didn't have to question it. The way that they've been playing defense over the course of the last couple of weeks, you haven't had to question it whatsoever. And I wouldn't blame them if they came out tonight, if they came out tonight against Memphis in the second night of a back-to-back, if they came out let down. I mean, Absolutely. It'd be incredibly impressive if they came out fired up. Right. And managed to, grab another win here before the season ended. But I wouldn't blame them at all if it was a letdown. It would be a reflection of the fan base. Everybody's kind of let down. They all just took a big collective sigh. Like, that's it.
It's human nature. It's human nature. And this team, this group that was out there.
Why?
Be careful.
Why? Oh, $10,000. My bad. Sorry.
But it like this group that was out there and that made this run, I think they really believed they could get this done. They really believed they could win out. They weren't in control of anything else that happened with San Antonio, but they probably looked like the way we were looking at it, and like, San Antonio not that good. They're about to struggle. They're really about to struggle.
Yep.
And they felt like they had the opportunity to make it. And I feel like last night was a real punch in the gut for this group. They really like. I look at them and I look at the way they were behaving after the game, especially. They did not think they were going to lose this game.
Sure.
Like they it wasn't like, we knew it was going to be tough. They thought they were going to win. And I love that. I understand that. And yeah, I can understand them being dejected for today's game because of, being knocked out last night. But like I said, last segment, maybe that wasn't the segment, and we'll go back to the funeral at some point, but there is a level of optimism that I have. I haven't felt this good about a team moving forward in a long time with the Sacramento Kings.
I'm the same way as you are. And let's point out also, I don't know who's playing for Memphis tonight, but I wouldn't expect to see Valanciunas. I wouldn't expect to see Ja Morant. I wouldn't expect to see Dylan Brooks. I don't even know that you'd see Jaren Jackson Jr. tonight. I would expect to see an entirely different lineup out there. You may with all due respect to these guys, you may very well see an exhibition-like game tonight. You might see a preseason-looking game tonight as the Kings are done. Figuratively, they're done, and the Grizzlies they're waiting. If they really want the 8th seed, they're waiting for the Warriors on Sunday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I feel the same way you do, right? Like I'm optimistic about this group. I'm optimistic about the future, but I think you're optimistic about the players. Like you're optimistic. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. You're optimistic about the acquisition of the guys at the trade deadline. And Tyrese Halliburton and the potential growth that he has, and the phenomenal second half of the season that De'Aaron Fox had.
Mm-hmm.
I'm optimistic because I'm choosing to believe in Monty McNair.
Mm-hmm.
I went 5 years not believing in the general manager. I went 5 years believing everything he was going to do was going to wind up blowing up in the Kings' face. I'm going to take a different approach here. I'm going to take a different approach with Monty McNair and believe in him. So far, I've gotten, you could criticize the kind of standing still in free agency last year. No problem. Fine with that. Totally valid. Tyrese worked. Trade deadline worked. I'm riding in him into the next season, and I'm expecting it to work out. No matter who invented the term gap year, no matter who gave that line to The Athletic, the fact is it's kind of, even if it's the first year in and it's evaluation period on a short offseason, cool. You got it out the way. For for Monty, clock starts Monday. You've got a job to do, and it is to get this team back to the playoffs. The Sacramento Kings are the laughingstock of the National Basketball Association.
Absolutely.
Sacramento Kings are they might be the laughingstock of professional sports.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know you did because we got tagged and stuff. When your people from out of town start tagging you in tweets about the 15-year playoff drought, like somehow you didn't know that? Like somehow the news has escaped us. We had multiple people from out of town. See, I am K. Diddy at Damian Bartlett. You see this? This is what I'm talking about right here. Like, yeah, Karn, we were watching. Like, we're aware. We're living it. But that
had to get that boy the Rodney and Baby Boy look.
That push notification goes out and everybody jumps on it. Who do I know in Sacramento that I can trash? Oh, I know. Damon and Kenny, let's tag them in this message right here.
And the other thing about that too is you, like myself, have lived in other places. You make friends in the places that you live. And literally all like Karan, all they know about Sacramento is either Damian or Kenny. So when they hear something they want to laugh at, we got to wear that. You know what I'm saying? I got a bunch of Lakers fans that come back at me on Twitter and real life talking about, you're sorry Kings. And like I said a couple of weeks ago, I'm not going to defend this team and this franchise no more. Anything anybody wants to say about them, that's what they get to say. And it's true until they change their perception, until they change their reality.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody want to call them a laughing stock and all this other stuff? I'm not going to get in your way. Because it is what it is. They're literally at the point where you are what your record is. And if you're setting records for not making the playoffs for 15 years and people, that's why I was always up here against and look, people can do whatever they want. I want to say that again. Do whatever makes you feel good. But that's what I was already saying, like about making a joke about the franchise. The rest of the country, the rest of the sports world is already laughing at you.
Mm-hmm.
Already laughing at you. Why are you making a joke of yourself? You know what I'm saying? But even the people who do that, they're well within their rights because until the Kings franchise changes and actually starts playing some winning basketball, it's free game. It's free game for everybody to say what they want, feel how they want to feel about this franchise. Only way it changes is if they put a better product on the court and they start winning.
And they ain't laughing at you or me or anybody listening to this. They're laughing at the organization. But that's our organization, so we take it personal. We can make the basketball hell jokes. You can. I can talk about my brother. I can talk about my family. I can talk about my friends. But let you do it. Let you step out of bounds while we're out. Oh, there's going to be a problem. There's going to be some furniture moving. There's going to be some fists flying. We take this stuff personally, man. And I get it. You just find ways to cope. Again, they're the worst. Like when the Bulls, I assume the Bulls are going to get eliminated at some point. I think they're going to get eliminated tonight. The Wizards are just searching for that one win to clinch this play-in spot. They got Cleveland tonight. The Wizards get the job done against Cleveland tonight. The updated longest postseason droughts will be Sacramento at 15 and Chicago at 5.
Yeah. It's embarrassing.
15 at number 1, 5 at number 2. Then it's Minnesota, New Orleans, Cleveland. They're all at 4. Then Detroit's at 2.
What I need to know, though, Damian, is I need to know if those guys on the right, and it's hard for some of them because they don't even know if they're going to be back. You know, maybe they feel a different way when they actually sign a contract to come back if they do that. But I need to know, and I hate doing this because I don't want to be that guy. I know those guys care about, you know, their job and their profession and their team. I don't want to be that guy. But do you care like I do about this? If you're Tyrese Halliburton, De'Aaron Fox, Marvin Bagley, Harrison Barnes, I know you care. But do you, like, you should be pissed off. Like, you should be hot that once again you're a laughing stock. You're not in the playoffs again. Like you look at I always think about like Rudy Gay.
Mm-hmm.
And Rudy Gay was like, we're a laughing stock. It's a joke. Mm-hmm. It's a joke. But it was
how many years ago was that?
It was a while ago, right?
Right.
But it was like, it was almost like, and it came off as if it was like acknowledgement of it without being pissed off to try and change it. Like I would be really mad. I'd be really mad. Like I'd be in a bad mood. Do not come around me right now. Because not only am I a joke as a team, but I didn't reach my goal. I'm in a bad mood. That's how I am. You say I carry chips on my shoulder and grudges all the time. Yes. That's how I am. But I think that's kind of what you need to get out of this rut. And I don't know if those guys carry that type of chip. But I hope they do.
But why would they though? Like you said one thing that I don't think are related to the others though, because you said, well, I didn't accomplish my goal, right? Like, okay, yeah, I'm not even remotely insinuating that Chemezi or Mo or Rashawn and everybody on the roster who played and didn't play isn't disappointed with the way that the season turned out and isn't disappointed that they lost that game last night. But it's isolated to this season in that game. De'Aaron, maybe he is thinking about the last 4 years. He ain't thinking about the last 15. This is going to come across as a knock, man, and I swear to you it's not. I give you my word I'm not knocking him. I don't think Buddy cares. I don't. Like, Buddy, tough dude. Buddy been playing on a bad ankle. He trying to get, he's got incentives built into his contract. He's out there trying to get him. Mm-hmm. He's out there playing his minutes. He's out there toughing it out, working through injuries, doing all of that stuff. I don't think he's worried about the last 15 years. I don't even know if he's worried about this year. We'll come back, man. There's more to talk about with the Kings. Kyle Draper, he was on the call last night. He'll be on the call again tonight, I assume. He's going to join us next. Steelo and KC continue on twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Go check us out there. Head over to youtube.com/ESPN1320. Go check us out there or stay right here on the Odyssey app and on 1320 AM. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station. That's twice I've just been lost and haven't looked at the clock.
It's moving.
I missed both breaks. Oh, yeah, that's what I worry about too, Jill. What's up, King Boss? Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show.
I ain't seen you in a couple of days, big dog.
Where you been, man? Nah, man, this is not true, Shy to Man. It's not hate for Buddy. But like, I'll ask you the question. I'll ask everybody in the chat the question. You really think Buddy's upset? Do you think Buddy's upset that the team, really it's eating at him? If you told me it was eating at De'Aaron, I'd believe you. I think it's probably different for De'Aaron, given the fact he wasn't in last night's game, and he hasn't been around for 20 some odd days now. So it may have come to, I think you digest things differently than if he was on the court dealing with the emotion of that game. I think the same is probably true for Tyrese Halliburton, even though the time has been a little bit shorter. He probably doesn't have that same type of feel. But do you really think Buddy is upset that the team didn't make the playoffs this year, that the team hasn't made the play? I want to insinuate maybe saying he doesn't care is a strong word, but do you think that he's upset? Do you think he's what Kenny was just talking about right there?
He doesn't, because
I don't.
He cares to a certain extent, right? It's not on a different level. Even the little stuff about regardless how they want to sugarcoat it, that team is looked at as a joke. And maybe the players in the NBA is different, where it's they talking about the organization. They ain't talking about me. But as if it's not association. But I don't know. That wouldn't sit well with me. That would motivate me. That would upset me all summer long. And I would use that to drive me into the next season. I'm not sure if they look at it like that. I don't know, to be honest with you. It might not be a Kings thing. It might be a professional athlete thing. Maybe because it is such a business, they don't look at it like that all the time. But I'd have a real problem. I'd have a real problem if I was being perceived as a joke.
Yeah.
I don't know if they look at it like that, though.
Yeah, Buddy's. Let me ask the people in the chat before we come back, because I think we're going to come back in a second. There's a lot of Buddy criticism and dislike. What is it that you dislike about Buddy? And that's a question for everybody. What? Everybody has to answer this except Coach Molly, because Coach Molly shares with me regularly. Everybody else, Coach Molly, if you want to share with the class, that's fine. What frustrates you the most about Buddy? You looking good today, boy, by the way. You look clean today.
Man, it's Friday. I use
that dope one shirt.
I shave
man.
on Friday, so that's when I'm really feeling myself.
I see. That that dope one shirt is every bit as perfect as I thought it would. Head over to thedopeones.com. You may find who knows what you'll see there. Use the promo code DLOKC at checkout for 10% off. That's thedopeones.com. Don't forget thedopeones.com. DLOKC for 10% off. Restrictions may apply. That's not true. I just threw that in because you hear that at the end of commercials. Okay. Well, we got into a conversation during the commercial break about we were talking about caring, and I've told you before, I think fans oftentimes care more about winning and losing than some professional athletes do. Mm-hmm. Not all of them, but some. And you were talking about how you think this team should be really frustrated and angry and they get away from me. This organization is a joke and I'm on this team. And, we laid out, we're trying to figure out I don't think that that's the case. And we're trying to go through different guys. And I posed the question here in the chat house. And if you want to get in to be part of any of these conversations, just lock this number in your phone, 916-349-1320. Don't text it. It's an old school landline. So you got to call it 916-349-1320. If you want to do any sort of texting, you can hit us on Twitter at D1KC or at ESPN 1320. Best way to do it is just to head over to twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320 and just jump in the chat and have some fun with us for the next 3 hours. Kyle Draper going to join us at the top of the 1 o'clock hour. But I asked the class, like, hey, yo, what drives you nuts? Like, what frustrates you the most about Buddy Hield?
Mm-hmm.
And when the comments roll in, like it just starts, it's like a slot machine. It just started riding in where people are sharing what frustrates them. So I'll ask, what frustrates you most about this team? What frustrates, let's get it all out. Like, air it out. Let's be therapy.
It's the day after. As Andre 3000 would say, the morning after. All right, let's get it all going. Now, there's one thing that I do want to say, and I want to get your thought on it. A couple of times, Jacob Olsen says that Buddy doesn't realize how terrible he is. Coach Molly, who's our girl, Buddy is not self-aware. Buddy was the one that came out kind of unsolicited a couple weeks ago. It was like, I've been playing terrible. I've been terrible this year.
He did? Mm-hmm.
That's where I will defend him a little bit, just because, like, and I'm always, and I'm not saying that's what these people are asking him to do, but I'm always conscious and aware of, like, kind of making these athletes say, like, I stink. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm terrible. Like, they can't walk around like that. You know what I'm saying? At least kind of verbalize in public. Like, if they're working out or whatever, get frustrated because, man, I'm not making my shots, or after the game, get frustrated with yourself. But as soon as somebody asks you anything, I'm just kind of going through it right now. I got to fight through it. You know what I'm saying? I gotta be better. So I don't ever want to have these guys walking around feeling like they're not good enough. You know, does it make sense what I'm saying? Like, I want to be aware of that. Because there's a fine line between trying to get better and saying that I have to get better, and just saying I stink. I feel like sometimes people want Buddy and other players to say, like, I stink.
So you don't like that Buddy did that?
No, I'm fine with it. I'm saying, like, they say he's not self-aware. He doesn't realize how terrible he was. And 2 weeks ago, he was like, I'm not playing good. Like, I've been stinking it up.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I got you. Yeah.
There is a level of self-awareness, but just because he's not saying that all the time, like, my point was, we only heard him say that one time all year.
If Buddy said it a lot, there'd be a problem. Like, if Buddy was constantly like, man, I stink. If any player was like, man, I stink.
Yeah.
And you say it like 5 times in a season. If I'm Monty, I'm like, well, God bless it. If he thinks he stinks, maybe we should figure something out here. Hey, stop saying that publicly, man. Like, what are you doing? Try to work something out here.
Yeah, but when you talk about Buddy, I think, and this is another thing, I feel like his ability to accept what's best for the team is the thing that kind of frustrates me the most. Like, and that goes back to his pouting last year when he had to go to the bench. His pouting after the season was over. You know, what he say? You guys can read minds, or whatever he said.
Yeah.
Passive aggressive.
Yeah.
That's where that's where his role is. That's where he's used best, coming off the bench. And if there's some kind of hindrance to that, where it's like, we can't put him on the bench, else we'll lose him, or anything like that, like, that's the thing that frustrates me the most. Because if he did go to that 6-man role, it could help the team that much more reach their goals. But it doesn't seem like he's necessarily willing to do that and keep, like, the same positive energy. It would be this bad vibes all through the locker room because you had to deal with that. That's what I don't like about him.
Yeah, we can't deal with bad vibes because sometimes we really just be vibing out. 916-349-1320. Let's get to Ryan. Ryan, appreciate the call. What's on your mind?
Not much going on, fellas.
We all right, man?
So you guys are talking about how, like, it feels like fans have more passion for the team than the players do. And I agree with that. I think that's unfortunately, that's part of, like, the nature of the business. The players can be traded at the drop of a hat, so they almost can't get too attached to any particular place, almost like a self-defense mechanism or whatever, to protect themselves from being hurt if they do get traded. I think, and with Buddy, like, not wanting to come off the bench, he doesn't want to be looked at as a bench player. Like he's trying to prolong his career and his possibilities of being a starter down the line.
Mm-hmm.
And it's selfish for sure, but I mean, I think that's just kind of the nature of professional athletes and professional sports nowadays.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. We appreciate you, Ryan.
Absolutely.
Thanks. And let's make sure we're kind of lumping last year into this year. We don't know that. We have no idea if there's ever been a discussion about moving Buddy to the bench. Like we saw what happened last year with last year's team.
Right.
And we're like, yo, why don't we do it again? And maybe that wasn't the best for this year's team. So we're not trying to insinuate Buddy was asked this year and didn't accept it or different things like that. We're still kind of riding off of what happened last season where it was like, well, he got moved to the bench and damn, he was really freaking good when he got moved to the bench.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like you're right. Like this year, if anything, it seems like he's been a great team player. Like he's been there. He's been trying to, cheer along. And I championed him the other day for showing some leadership during this time when De'Aaron Fox and them were all out there. I feel like to be completely fair, as far as attitude goes and approach to this team, Buddy has been just fine this year. So you're right. We are kind of talking about some of the things that happened in the past and over the off season and things of that nature and equating it to this year when it can be a completely different story with him now.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know what the future holds for him or what the future holds for so many of the other guys on this roster. And Kyle Draper is going to join us. Marshall Harris is going to join us. I don't know that we're really digging too deep into the future as there are still 2 games to be played.
Yeah.
The season's over, but it's not. You know what I mean? Like, and that's just such a weird thing because we threw the dirt on this team weeks ago. But it was the 1996 Buried Alive pay-per-view where the purple glove popped out from under the dirt at the very end and showed you that the Undertaker, who had just been buried alive with 10 tons of dirt and 20 bad guy wrestlers, he's still alive and he was crawling out, and that was the Kings. It was the hand of DeLon Wright crawling out of the grave and pulling the Kings out, only to later be hit in the head with a steel chair and buried alive again, this time by the Memphis Grizzlies. And a hell of an analogy.
That
right
was
there.
a great analogy.
You're not going to get that anywhere else.
Come on now. That's only D-Lo and KC exclusive. Absolutely. Right. So there's that. And then, so I'm still kind of on Ryan's call. And sometimes you have these epiphanies and you snap back into reality. And the reality of it is, Damian, this is a job for these guys and it's a business. And as much as we want it to be something different, as much as we want them to want to end 15 years the same way that I do, it's their job. When I was working at my old job, I could care less what numbers they hit. Is my check clear at the end of the day? And I don't care how many years you haven't hit your numbers that you want or nothing like that. Does my check clear at the end of the day? My new job's a little different, so I do clear if we hit our numbers, right? But
thank y'all, by the way, for helping us hit our numbers daily.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. But these guys, like I think Jill said it and John said it earlier, they're just they can go to another team tomorrow.
Ryan said that. Like these guys can be traded.
Another thing tomorrow. So to get too attached to one thing, you deal with this a lot in like boxing, because I'm a boxing fan. Everybody, they don't fight the fights and and they're just trying to get paid with the least amount of wear and tear. Okay, like I know the sports are a little different, but yeah, everybody's trying to get paid. Everybody's trying to make sure they're set financially, and where that comes in to play with the fans is, you want them to, at the very least, I don't think nobody's saying take money off their table, but you want them to have the same passion for what's going on in your specific moment that you have. And sometimes it lines up, sometimes they do, and sometimes they treat it like a business still. And that's where the frustration comes into play. Because like I said, I would like to think, regardless of how much I'm being paid or if I was in the league or not, I would take all this stuff that's going on, the eliminated, the jokes and all this other stuff. I take that extremely personal. I take it extremely personal. And I just don't know if all those guys take it the same way.
But I understand what you're saying, but also think about like the toll.
What did you say, Alan? Oh, I don't know.
Think about the that's youtube.com/ESPN 1320. If every once in a while something is said and you don't understand it on the radio, it's because Kenny got distracted by a message that popped up on the screen. Think about the emotional toll it would take to be that invested in this. Like just for example, these guys are in Memphis, right? Man, we blew it last night, and we're, maybe they have that emotional investment you have. Maybe Buddy Hield has that emotional investment, and he goes to the Odyssey app and search ESPN 1320 Sacramento, pulls up D'Lo and KC, and he's listening to this. Imagine the emotional toll that takes on them. And like, I get how well paid they are. I completely understand it, but you're taking on the. You're taking on the emotional and physical toll of this year. Perhaps if you're Buddy or you're De'Aaron or maybe even Marvin, guys who have been here for a couple of years, maybe you're taking on the emotional toll of the last couple of years. But you can't start tacking on the last decade and a half. Certainly, if you're like Mo Harkless or DeLon Wright or Terrence Davis, you can't do that either. Let's bring in our man KD, Kyle Draper. He was on the call last night for the game. KD, you on the call for tonight too?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Back to back, big fella. Out here preparing for it right now, actually.
How you feeling the night after that one where the postseason hopes came to an end?
Oh man, you guys want me to be honest already, right out the jump.
That's how we do it, baby. That's how we do it.
It was a letdown last night. I turned to Doug and I said, man, 2 games left and nothing to play for anymore. And so it was a letdown. And, my biggest hope was that we would go into that game on Sunday at 6 p.m. with a chance, still with an opportunity. Can you imagine how crazy the building would be, just the energy in the city for that game? And, we fell short this year. And so it's just a little disappointing, no doubt.
Kyle, I think you're kind of the perfect guy to talk to right now because a conversation we've been having for the last 15 minutes or so is about these guys coming in here and understanding what's at stake here at Sacramento and having the same type of frustrations with not making the playoffs and not making the postseason and looking at, all the memes and tweets of people kind of portraying the franchise as a joke. And we've lived it for 15 years. But Mo Harkless, DeLon Wright, they've been here 15 minutes. It's kind of unfair for them to understand the magnitude of what's going on. And I say you're the perfect guy because it seems like even though you've only been here less than a year, you understand the magnitude of what's going on and the frustrations of the people. Is that do you understand what I'm saying? Do you feel that, or is it something that you still maybe don't think you have the whole total grasp of everything that goes on here in Sacramento when it comes to the playoff drought?
No, I think, I do think I understand what the fans are going through. Maybe I don't understand as deep and as 15 years of experience in this market, but I'm of the belief the fans deserve better. The fans deserve a winner. The fans are doing everything on their end. They're holding up their end of the bargain. And now it's time for the organization, the coaching staff, the players to do the same thing, the front office as well. One of the things that I've always heard about Sacramento Kings fans is how great this fan base is. And, I applaud them for that, but they deserve playoff basketball. Trust me, you guys know we all grew up. We remember when the Kings were, a hot team, when they would battle the Lakers every year, battle the Blazers. We remember those days. And so I remember the old Arco being the craziest and loudest arena in the NBA. And so I want to get us back to that. And so I love the fans, but I feel like they deserve better, man. They deserve a winning team in this city. Because can you imagine, it's not like it's New York or Boston or a city with 4 other teams. And, they got winners every single year. They're in the playoffs, every year. I mean, if this city ever produced a contender, even a 6 seed in the playoffs, 5 seed in the playoffs, win a couple games, and that's how you really build, though, a culture. I look at the Miami Heat, for instance. When LeBron James left, Miami could have went in the tank. They could have fell off. They could have been garbage.
they didn't bottom out. They struggled, but they still made the playoffs. Sure, they were in 16, 17, 18, but they built that culture. And then when it was time to add a key piece, a la Jimmy Butler, they took that next step. So that's where I want the Sacramento Kings to get to start building that culture where you're not just hoping to get in the playoffs, you're routinely in the playoffs. Sure, you may not go to the Western Conference Finals every year, but if you show yourself in your organization, then players will come. We've seen it before. Let's not forget, Golden State didn't have much of a history in terms of championship success before Steph Curry. Now you add Steph, add Clay, and then bam, it becomes a destination. And so that's what I want to see from this organization.
You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Kyle Draper with us here. Katie, injuries can be a big part of the conversation, given the fact that Rashawn Holmes went out in the second quarter. And, really, if you include Tyreek, you could say they were down 5 starters. But this team played really good ball for 46 minutes. And I know it's a little bit different because you're at the Golden One Center as opposed to being in Memphis like you normally would be. But could you and DC sense, like after a couple of possessions there in the final 3 minutes, like, I think this thing might be slipping away from them?
Yeah, and I thought that the moment was too big for some of the guys. We were counting on players that really had never been there before.
Yeah.
You guys were fighting for their playoff lives. And, Chimezi Metu, he had a hell of a game, but when it came time for the clutch minutes, and that's what separates the great ones from just the good players, right? They deliver when it matters the most. The Buddy Hield turnover where he knocked it out of bounds. Justin James, an airball 3, I think it was. Chimezi, an airball 3. I just thought you could sense that the Grizzlies ratcheted up another level. They turned it up another notch, and we didn't have that dude. Man, it would have been nice to have a Fox in that game. Like, here, Fox would have made such a huge difference down the stretch because Fox would have got to the basket. He would have put pressure on the defense. We just didn't have that dude down the stretch, and Memphis did. And, John Moran is great, but I thought Dylan Brooks was huge also. Like, he just had that mindset that he was not going to be denied going to the basket, and either you were going to foul him or he was going to get the bucket. And so we didn't have that kind of mindset and that kind of experience on the roster. I felt it slipping away just because the moment I thought got too big for the guys out there last night.
Drapes, you've seen this team, in this past 2.5 weeks as close as anybody. We've watched every second of every game, and the way that these guys have played without, Fox and Barnes and Halliburton, been extremely impressive. Do you think that what you saw from them is something that can carry over to next season? It is who they are, or did they just kind of get hot? How do you evaluate these last 2.5 weeks?
No, I think what we've learned these last 2.5, 3 weeks is if you play hard, you're going to be engaged. And I think the Terrence Davis of the world, DeLon Wright, Mo, their impact, just think about it, guys. With no Halliburton, with no Fox, no Harrison Barnes, they were the leaders of the team. I mean, you look at the box score, it was those 3 guys at the top, outside of last night. And so I just think, that infusion of veteran play, a guy like Mo Harkless, DeLon Wright, who's a competitor, and they may not wow you with stats. They may not go out there and get you 35, but they know how to play. And there's a reason why the defense was a whole lot better over the last 3 weeks. It was the play of DeLon and Terrence and Mo. They got after it defensively. So I think it can carry over. Hopefully De'Aaron was watching. Tyrese is going to bring it. Marvin, he needs to play at a high level. And I'm not just talking about scoring, guys. Everybody want to look at the box score. I'm just talking about making life difficult for the other team. Too many times this season, the Kings didn't push back. There was no fight back from their team. And in the NBA, that could be the difference between winning a ball game and losing one.
Yeah.
How different you think the team looks next year?
Oh, that's a great question, right? Because a few weeks ago, and I went on air and I'll say it now, if I'm Monty McNair, you can't just run it back, right? You can't just say, another year together with you guys will sprinkle in a lottery pick and we'll be better. I still think you need to make a big move just to shake it up a little bit, whether that's Buddy, Harrison, don't resign Rashawn. I don't know, but you don't want to, I don't think lock yourselves into cap jail with this core, because in my eyes, you shouldn't be aiming to get the 9, 10 seed plan. Really, you should be aiming to be top 4 in the West. And how do you do that? You get players. How do you get players? Either trade, you draft, or you sign them as free agents. And so I want Monty to maintain some cap flexibility to go out there and pounce and get a big name guy. There was, you go out there and pay like a John Collins type to come here, then what do you do with Marvin Bagley? You go after a Larry Marketing who's been banged up, but may need a new fresh start from Chicago. Do you throw a boatload of money at a Taylor Horton Tucker? A guy who is trending upward, and we know he plays hard every night. We know he's a dog out on the floor. And so those are the things. I think you got to shake it up a little bit. I'm not saying get rid of 3 or 4 guys and blow it up or anything like that, but you can't just run it back.
Hey, Drapes, and I call him Drapes, even though he doesn't know who I am. That's my boy, Drapes. Okay. I just want to say, man, this year with you, I mean, you've been phenomenal. You have been phenomenal. We love the energy that you bring. We love the realness that you bring. We love the reactions that you bring. And you, I don't know how much you get to talk to people around the city because of everything, that's going on with the lockdown. You'll see a lot more people when we're opened up a little bit, but the streets love you. You're a legend already out here in Sacramento, man. And we're loving our guy Drapes out here, man.
I appreciate that, man, because you know how it is in today's world. It's like you only hear the negative. You don't give people flowers when they're alive and they're doing well, And so I appreciate that. And I like to tell people, man, the same way you get hyped watching the game or the same way you get frustrated watching the game, that's how I am, man. I wear my emotions on my sleeve, man. And last night hurt me down the stretch because they were there. They had that lead. Yeah. They went on the run and the Forest had the lead and then just couldn't finish it out. So it was kind of deflating last night.
Katie, I wasn't gonna say nothing. I wasn't gonna mention this, but Boston ain't been the same since you left.
No, I'm telling you, man. I talk to my people back there all the time, man. It's like, damn, I leave and the chemistry is all off and everything. Like, man, so it sounds like I left at the right time, man. Because they're struggling right now.
Hey, KD said that boy last night had butterfingers. I got weak. Absolutely.
Katie, hell of a first year on the call, man. We're so happy to have you here in town. Enjoy the game tonight as best you can, and we'll be talking again soon as the offseason's here.
All right. Fellas,
take care, Drapes.
Man, and thanks for all the love, man.
No always. That's our man, Kyle Draper, right there. He'll be on the call once again tonight when the Sacramento Kings take on the Memphis Grizzlies, or a version of the Sacramento
like
Kings.
Sacramento Kings-ish.
a Sacramento Kings type of team. Guys in Sacramento Kings jerseys will be taking on guys in Memphis Grizzlies jerseys tonight at 6:00. Drapes and Katie on the call.
Hey, well, look, we got to keep it real. If we called the Thunder the Blue or Oklahoma State, I mean, this is Sac State.
Man, I don't know.
This is Stockton Kings.
I don't know that Coach Katz. It might be Sac City tonight. Might be.
Shout out Coach Jones.
Oh yeah, we got you.
Look, although, I mean, it's not like they benching a lot of people.
Well, there's only so many. There's only so many more guys they can bench.
Yeah, what we gonna not play Fox? We're not gonna play. They already ain't been playing. We done already gone to Louis.
I bet Buddy's gonna play. Buddy, I got goals. I got goals, man. Put me out there. We'll step out. We'll come back. Marshall Harris is going to join us at 1:47, and I'll ask you this: what's next?
Oh,
well. We'll have that coming up here. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel, the Odyssey app, and of course, Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Oh, man, I've heard too. Like I listened to I listened to Washington's the triple double game. Yikes! It is dry. Yeah,
Is this Scal's first year?
Yeah.
Yeah, Scal's not good. I don't like Scal on the call. Yeah. Yeah, I can definitely see that from Scal.
Scal has the honors of being the first interview to blow us off.
Right. Coach Molly, I am would you say I'm a descendant? I'm a alumni.
Be right back, bro.
JC.
I need 1 second.
Alumni of JC's out here. CRC, stand up. So you know I got love for JUCO always, baby. Always. They're better at what? They got better. Who you talking basketball? Or you talking volleyball? What are we talking, Coach Molly?
If
what you disrespecting CRC for, Roddy? What, we got issues?
If Jazz really wants to come get these, like I can open the door for her. That's no problem.
Nah, she's still at work.
Oh, okay.
And we like I said, we really are probably gonna just take a ride later on and
okay,
slide out there.
Yeah, just let me know.
Yeah.
I mean, I ain't going. I was saying, let me know so I can prepare. I ain't going nowhere. I'm here. I'm talking about.
we gotta get to you before sundown, though.
I might be asleep. I know, man. It's sun don't go down to like 8:30. Like, man, will you get your ass out of here? I'm on the bed. Need some blackout curtains. Oh, man.
Coach John James, shout out to him, man, over at CRC, man. That was my teammate first year at CRC. We were the Kobe and Shaq. I consume this river, man. He is doing a good job over there, man. Shout out to Coach James, man. All right, we'll give you some attention. You've been waiting for 20 minutes to get some shine. Here you go, Siobhan. Oh, give a damn.
So y'all just gonna make these names jump the shark, aren't you? Because this right here, y'all are approaching the shark on water skis. Oh man.
What you mean? Oh, I'm about to send you something, Damien, that Ace sent me. Come on, man.
Okay.
He said this was gonna be me all summer.
Okay.
It's a damn shame.
Blue Bottle Boys in the building.
Let's see.
I think your big three is back tonight.
Big three start?
No, your big three.
Oh, big
Brooklyn.
Three.
Yeah. I think they're all playing tonight. I think it was the first time since February. Oh no. Oh no.
Come on, man.
Yeah, we can get him. Yeah, let's get him. Oh wow.
They're so Jesse too.
Yo. Y'all are wild. Damn, Ahmed, what is happening right here?
When would you ever do? Why are you doing that, Ahmed?
Ahmed Johnson going hard. Man. I can't front, man. Listening to Hypnotize. This Luke Belair Blue that we've got exclusively here as part of the D'Lo and Casey ESPN 1320 family. Yeah, it looks a lot like Hypnotic. I mean, anytime you got blue alcohol, it's like Luke Belair Blue, Hypnotic without the horrible headache.
Oh, man, Hypnotic was crazy.
Hypnotic too.
Crazy, boy.
Hypnotic. If Hypnotic had a nutrition label on the back, it'd say like 4,000 grams of sugar.
What was that? Like what
I
don't
kind of know, bro. Please, I was 21. It was the kind that I turned over like this and finished before going inside sidelines on Front Street in Old Sacramento. That's what type of alcohol it was.
No, you just dropped a gem on me. I didn't even know they had a. I guess they have to have an address, but I didn't know Front Street was Front Street. I didn't know they had any street names in Old Sacramento.
Yeah, Front Street. If I think 1023 Front Street in Old Sacramento, that's what that was it.
I learned something.
Sidelines Friday night.
What they say, I was today years old when I realized Old Sac actually has street names.
Well, how do you think you tell people to get there? Just get to Old Sac.
Yeah, it's called Old Sac.
Go take 10 paces west, 10 paces east. Like, I don't know, what do you do? Just park and walk around, look for the sign.
Do we know Tennell's address?
Tennell 21. Was it Tennell? See, I'm leaning towards L, but that doesn't sound. That's not Tennell. No, I don't. Maybe no, 815 L Street. That was 815 L Street. Yeah. No, I don't know Tennell's address. I remember the night they opened, though.
Might be the only street in Old Sacramento.
But Tennell wasn't in Old Sac, was it?
Yeah.
Wasn't it? I thought it was downtown.
No, it was right there in Old Sac.
Huh.
Wow.
All right.
What? It's 2nd Street. What? That's 2nd Street? I would have never known.
1021 2nd Street. That was I can't remember cutting any commercials for Tennell. Every address I remember is because I cut a commercial for it. And 815 L Street was actually the name of the spot.
Yeah.
Their address was the name of the spot.
815L.
916-349-1320. Let's get our man Mitch in here. Mitch, what's going on, baby? Yeah. Okay.
I kind of like the roster. I doesn't do anything. It's dinner time here. My dog's going crazy.
Oh.
But anyway.
I'm with you, Mitch. I like the roster too. The new roster.
I do, but Whiteside should be just let go. He doesn't. He's like a box of chocolates. Buddy, I keep getting with Buddy. I'm winning the lottery again. I like the draft. I'm holding for K. That's going to wish the way, but Evan Mobley, and I like Metu. And I want to keep that. I don't know that.
Oh, see. Well, you lost me, Mitch. I was with you. Even the dated ass box of chocolates reference regarding Hassan Whiteside. He mentioned all the guys that he liked, but then he got the Bagley. I want to keep Bagley. Like,
say that. Don't say that, Mitch. No.
Oh,
don't mention that.
It's all right. I got alcohol. I'll just open it and start drinking, and you all can tell me more about why you want to keep Marvin Bagley. So that was the question we asked before the commercial break, and so here we are. You could jump in on the chat. You can get in on the phone lines, 916-349-1320. What am I going to do now? Huh? What am I going to do now? It's the end of the Diddy record. It's all messed up now. What's next? I mean, what are we counting down? Do we start a countdown clock till the June 22nd lottery? Is that where we're at? Are we just waiting for the lottery to get here?
That's kind of where we're at. We're trying to figure out.
I got to count down. I got to count down till Monday.
Well, you're gonna throw that clock up against the wall on Monday. I'm pretty sure of that.
Be for good streaming content. Good streaming content.
Looking like Hal McRae out here tossing his phone around.
I almost did that when Marshall Harris was texting us the other day. I almost grabbed my phone and threw it to the living room. Marshall will be with us at 1:47. Marshall, very excited to join us.
Now, I will say this. I don't want to say I'm doing a 180 or I had epiphany or anything like that. But this first round draft pick, I'm not as opposed as I always was to moving on from it.
Yeah. Said that before. Okay. But is that like, what are they slotted at? 9?
Like 9 or 10 or something.
Okay. So is that what you're talking about? Like, what if they do win the lottery and they're up at like 4?
No. Top five, you keep that.
Top 5, you keep it.
Yeah, okay. Top five, you keep that. And then like, if you do trade it, it's for, I mean, I don't even know. Like off the top of my head, I'd say something like Paul George or something like that. But yeah, top 5, you keep that. But if it's like 8, 9, 10, and you can like kind of present it to a team, preferably you probably present it to a team that's like, if there's somebody with a lottery team that's looking to make a deal, let's say just Orlando for instance. If you can say, yo, Orlando, this isn't the guy, but Terrence Ross, and you get another top 10 pick and you can kind of sell them on having 2 top 10 picks, Yeah, you kind of make that move. Almost like what the Pelicans did with DeMarcus Cousins. Like, we want DeMarcus, we'll give you our first round pick. Now, Kings, you got 2 top 10 picks in this loaded draft or whatever case.
How'd that go?
Didn't go well for the Kings or neither team, really.
It really didn't go well for anybody.
It didn't go well for either team.
Didn't go well for anybody.
But I mean, you package Marvin or you package Buddy Hield, like, because you mentioned it before. I think that's the only way you get rid of Buddy Hield is you have to package it with your first round pick.
Yeah.
And it's not even a future.
Well, okay, clarify. You have to package him with your first round pick, or you just have to package him with someone else?
I think it'd have to be a first round pick.
Oh, man.
I really do. So that's why.
What are you getting back with that?
Well, that's what it's got to be. I mean, and King Voss is asking the question. I brought it up a number of times.
Yeah.
Pascal Siakam.
Yeah.
Like, it would have to be that type of guy. Like, that's almost why I look at kind of running this back, and it's by no fault of Monty, but he's kind of hamstrung because you can't just give Buddy away because of the money. I would, but you got to get something back in return. So you're taking money back in return and taking players back in return. And if those players are good enough, cool, that's great. But like, I can't just unload them to Toronto with my pick, because you got to bring something back. So that's what's going to make it pretty hard. Yeah, I think you have to get that first round pick involved, which is going to make it even more hard, because you got to get something worth it to get rid of your first round pick.
You and I have always been in the go out and win games camp, regardless. We'll address the tanking crowd in just a minute, because I'm curious how they feel today. But you and I have always been just go win games. Nothing else matters. Like, go win basketball games. Do you care one way or another whether they win or they lose these next two?
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't care.
How is the tanking crowd feeling this morning?
Oh, they're pissed. I'm sure they are.
I've seen some of the comments. I've had some in my mentions about the tanking crowd, and that's, hey, we're all GMs, right? Like, it's fine. Let's run with it. We all have a way that we would build the team or fix the team or do this. And, you know, we talk about people who wanted the team to lose, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. We had people that wanted to lose the team to lose at game one tip. They just wanted him to lose out from there. They didn't believe in the prospect of this season or the prospect of development of players. Just go out there and lose now. Acquire a pick, Cade Cunningham, Green, Suggs, whichever one. Get in there into the top 4. Assure that you're in the top 4. Get one of those guys to change the whole world, because that's how it works. Because when you land in the top 4, nothing could possibly go wrong, right, guys? Nothing could go wrong as long as you land in the top 4. Never seen anything go wrong when the Sacramento Kings have drafted in the top 4. Nothing. Certainly haven't seen things go wrong multiple times when they've drafted in the top 4. Come to think about it, name a pick that the Kings have had in the top 4 that's worked.
They can only had like 2, right?
3?
Who was the other one?
Marv. Oh, Tyreek was 4.
I thought he was 5, but maybe he was 4.
De'Aaron was 5.
Yeah, I thought Tyreek was 5 too, but I
think Tyreek is 4, because I think that's the lowest that they could possibly finish when you have the worst record in the league.
Okay.
And then you said the other one.
Always
Purvis.
It's Purvis.
Yeah. Maybe at all costs the Sacramento Kings should avoid the top 4. They seem to have had some luck at 5. Maybe we stick with 5 and up.
They've had pretty good luck in the teens.
Well,
off the top of my head, Tyrese and Peja were in the teens.
Well,
Jay Will was.
I mean,
Jay Will was 7, I think.
You went over these. You did a Will Z like dive into teams with top. What was it? Top 5 picks.
Top 5 picks on the roster, yeah.
And you laid that out painstakingly, and it's like, yeah, that's not what the Kings need. Like, you don't need. It's not about getting the best unproven talent out there. Mm-hmm. LeBron's not there. I wish he was. He's not. You could have sold me on losing 72 games if LeBron James was in the draft. And I hope everybody knows what I mean by that. I'm not talking about LeBron James. I'm talking about LeBron James, the high school. I'm talking about everything that we were told, everything we knew. Still, even then, it felt like it was an uncertainty till he stepped on the floor at the Arco Arena and you realize, oh, nope, it's not. It's real. Okay, got it. You know, there haven't been very many guys like, I mean, Tim Duncan is one to come to mind. Shaquille O'Neal is one. I guess, I mean, not I guess, he was. Zion Williamson was one. That's not, hey, Cade Cunningham is that dude. Like, I get it, but he's not that dude.
Right.
He may turn out to be a phenomenal basketball player, but he doesn't have that same level of cachet that those guys did. Like, that player's not there. Draft right. Draft the right guy if it's 9, if it's 10, if it's 11, if you win the lottery. And you get it, spoiler alert, if you didn't get the sarcasm, you can get into the top 4 and still screw it up. Draft right no matter where you're drafting. That's all I'm pleading with this front office to do.
That's all that matters. That's all that
you've got to hit a Donovan Mitchell home run. You've got to hit. Was Klay Thompson was was he in the teens or was he in 7? You got to hit with those. Yes,
you know what I'm saying.
You need that.
No, those are the guys right there. I mean, look, this is a 1 in a million, but Jokic is going to win the MVP. I think he was a second round pick.
Yeah,
you know but that's to the point of you have to know what you're doing. You have to pick the right pick. It really doesn't matter. And everybody, well, you got the most chances if you're, at the top. All right, cool. Like, I get that. I get that. But
Jokic was taken 41st. That's just freaking wild.
Jokic. Isaiah Thomas was an MVP candidate at one time. He was the last player in the draft. So the biggest thing about this, what the Kings are trying to do, is I always looked at it as, I said this from the start of the season, you don't want to be as bad as some people want you to be. Because if you're that bad with Fox, with Tyrese Halliburton, with, at the time I said Marvin Bagley, with Harrison Barnes, you may think that solves everything. That means you got a whole lot more questions than you realize. If you're top 5, bottom 5 bad with those guys on the roster, oh, you don't have nothing. So I'm okay with where they're at. I'm fine. I mean, obviously, would you want them to have a top 5 pick? Sure. But like I said, with this roster, if you had a top 5 pick with all these guys on here, you might as well get rid of everybody, because it ain't never going to work with the guys that you have if they're bad enough to be that low. Fox included.
I need legitimately someone to explain tanking to me. Explain it to me like I'm 5. Better yet, don't explain tanking to me. I understand the concept of tanking.
That's all it is.
Say that again, please.
That's all it is.
It's a concept.
Yeah.
It's and that, I don't believe it's actually executed the way that people think that it is.
Absolutely not.
You could argue. I mean, someone said to us, Danny in San Francisco said to us, well, Golden State tanked last year. Yeah, like maybe. Or maybe they looked at it as there's really no purpose in bringing out certain guys. There's no purpose. I think there's a difference between, maybe they go hand in hand. But in Golden State's case, I think there's a difference between playing smart and what's the purpose of putting Steph Curry out there when Clay and Draymond are both gone? What's the purpose of putting Draymond out there when Steph and Clay are both gone? What's the purpose of putting them out there in this truncated season when the whole thing has gone to hell and you can just get through it? If that's the concept of tanking, that only fits a couple of teams.
Hey, and Steph Curry came back last year.
Right.
He played like 5-6 games at the end of the season. So
Philly is really the only team that is tanked. And they have they named it. They openly acknowledge it's the process. We've got to go through this. We've got to take our lumps. And don't get it twisted. They drafted some failures. It's not like, okay, Philadelphia tanked and they got Joel and Ben Simmons and look at where they are now. One, at least of this moment, they're still without a championship. So if tanking is just the process of getting you to the playoffs, then okay. But if you're tanking, if you're a Kings fan and you're like, damn it, the Kings should have tanked. It's like a process of 2, 3, 4 years.
Right.
It's not tanking a season.
Right.
So go tell De'Aaron Fox, who you just gave possibly $90 million to, hey, fam, we're gap year. Don't even worry about it. We're going to go ahead and try to get you Cade Cunningham. We're going to try to get you Jalen Green, Jalen Suggs. We're going to try to get you one of these guys to have you ball with. So just go ahead. Don't worry about this year. Don't worry about all-star accolades. Don't worry about anybody in the league taking you seriously. Don't worry about that Nike endorsement you got. Don't worry about the Nike shoe that you're going to launch with them. Don't worry about all the marketing campaigns that you're going to do. Don't worry about how all this is tied to you playing great. Don't worry about anything like that. Just sign this deal, sit down, and be quiet. Yeah, go have that conversation with him. Let me know how it works out.
And the thing about it is, like we always say, do whatever you want to do, believe whatever you want to believe. We're not here to say you're less of a fan or less than anything if you think that it's tanking. We just want to see when has it worked? When has it worked? And people will throw out San Antonio 20 years ago, 25 years ago. Okay, I'll give you San Antonio. That's like one in the last 30 people who tried to get it done. Like that's called the exception, not the rule.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So if you're for the taking,
did San Antonio win the lottery? Do you remember, or did they legitimately have the worst record in the league?
Yeah, I think they won the lottery with the worst record in the league. And once again, they stumbled upon that. Like if De'Aaron Fox and Harrison Barnes and all these guys got injured, all right, sure, lose. Like, sure.
That reminds me, or didn't Orlando win the lottery 2 years in a row?
Back to back.
That was an exciting, and you know what that amounted to? 4 years of really exciting basketball.
Yeah.
4 years of really exciting basketball. That's it. Back-to-back lottery wins. And one of those players that I just mentioned was one of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Shaquille O'Neal.
And look,
4 years.
Here's the other thing. They didn't even tank to do it.
No, they had like the worst odds to win the lottery.
Yeah, the second year they were 41-41, I think.
And there's a big difference between tanking and being bad. They're not the same.
Right.
And a lot of these teams that you see finishing at the who finish at the top of the draft or finish with the worst records, they're not tanking. They're bad. Detroit's bad. They're not trying to lose. They're just bad. Orlando's bad. Cleveland is awful. Houston's probably trying to increase their chances a little bit. They don't know what else to do. They have no other like hope here.
Right.
But
they're doing that because they have to keep the pick. Like they'll lose the pick if they don't.
But this is also a team. Where was Houston last year? In the year before. In the year before. They weren't in a New York 10 years into their playoff drought. They didn't go, let's tank. They went, let's lock in Julius Randle.
Right.
Let's draft right where we're at. Let's build the right guys. Let's go get a coach who could do something with these guys that we have here. Let's try to fix the culture in New York, which, in my opinion, pains me to say that, was as badly damaged as here because of their owner.
Yeah.
I could argue that the New York Knicks culture was as badly damaged, but they've brought the right guys in to fix it. Now, you're not going to get guys like worldwide. He's not going to come in and fix the Sacramento Kings. That's a New York City thing. That's where New York comes into play for them being able to get these guys in there and fix that organizations. But most of all, they hired the right guys. Now, Tibbs might burn these guys out in a year and a half, but he's got them onto something. Just handle this the right way. And if you're a tanker and you want to ride it, cool, ride it. Just know you're riding like a fantasy world. It's not real. It's not a thing that's executed. Minnesota's not tanking. Oklahoma City. I don't think Oklahoma City is.
I think they're tanking. I think they're definitely tanking. But
what else is Oklahoma City going to do though?
Yeah,
like how big of a difference is? I mean, I guess maybe they are. I mean, the fact that they had 20 wins on April 1st and they have 21 and it's May 14th, maybe you're right.
That's great. They're tanking, but once again, it's a concept. It isn't factual. I mean, I guess somebody might come up and be like, you have better odds. Maybe. I don't think so. I laid out the numbers a couple weeks ago about who has top 5 picks on their roster, who drafted top 5 picks. So like 2 teams in these playoff teams that actually drafted top 5 picks, and they're in the playoffs. And then
is it garbage day in Elk Grove, fam?
Oh, you can hear that. I was trying to talk over that. My bad.
I was trying to let it ride for like 3 stops. It was like, man, how many trash cans
out there?
How many trash cans that, because this is Kenny's garbage truck. This isn't Elk Grove. This isn't the city of Elk Grove. This is just the guy who comes to the Caraway compound and gets all the trash out of there.
Now, Rich brings up a point that OKC has 140 first round picks in the next 4 years. Obviously, we know
Out that,
but
it's close.
I'll have. That's great. That is great to know. Has anybody seen Sam Presti in OKC's draft history lately? It's not what you would think. Now,
James, Katie, and Russ. And he got Carmelo, and he got Paul George.
Mm-hmm.
It's great, right?
No, not really.
Oh,
since 20, who was drafted? Eric Bledsoe is the last guy I see. He was the number 18 pick in 2010. That was the last guy that anybody would even really care about in their draft history.
Oh dear.
I mean, I guess you can put Steven Adams in there too. But then you got the Mitch McGarrys,
but
you got the Dakari Johnsons, Terrence Ferguson, Devin Hall.
Terrence Ferguson was a boxer. To be fair, or maybe not to be fair, but to complete the whole story, aren't they drafting late?
They are drafting late.
Okay,
but look, you only
is Serge in there?
Serge is before Bledsoe.
Oh, he was before. He was 2000 before 2000. Oh yeah, because he was on the squad. Yeah,
they were knocking out apart from 2007 to 2010. But after 2010, nothing. Nothing. So and then we can say they were drafting late and all this other stuff, but what's the one they're always famous for? James Harden and getting those 3 first round picks. What did they do with him? Absolutely nothing. I think they got Jeremy Lamb, they got Kevin Martin in that deal, and they got somebody else not of consequence.
The Kevin Martin. Shout out Kevin Martin, man. Lefty layup is always an all-timer. Actually, he did it with his right hand. It looked like his left hand, but he did it with his right hand. But everything he did offensively was awkward.
Everything.
Every single thing.
Everything. But that boy was a bucket, though. He was a bucket. But yeah, man, it's like you mentioned earlier, you said it perfectly, Damian. Perfectly. It's a concept. It is not rooted in any kind of factual success rate. It's a concept. It's an idea. It gives you hope.
Did this start with Presti? I'm trying to remember, when did tanking like fall into the lexicon of basketball fans?
It's got to be with
or San Antonio.
Hanky.
Sam Hanky. Okay.
Yeah. Because once again, in San Antonio, with their tanking, it was like all our starters are hurt. We might as well just try and lose. And they won with that. They got Tim Duncan. But it wasn't like
didn't even work out for him
until we get Tim Duncan. Like that's not what the plan was.
Right. And again, it's a multi-year. When you're talking about Philadelphia, it's a multi-year process. This is a fantastic segue because Marshall Harris is going to join us next. And Marshall has noted many, many times. He covered that 10-win team. He covered the process. So we'll get his thoughts on tanking, his thoughts on the Kings, his thought on what happened last night, and his thoughts on what happens next. Marshall Harris joins us for his Friday visit. Next here, you can log in. You can see him on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, don't go nowhere. It's Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. It's Friday night. You know what that means when 4:05 hits. We pouring that first glass of McQueen in the Violet Fog. And with this launch of the new Luke Belaire Blue, I'm thinking of experimenting with a little cocktail here is the Luke Belaire Champagnes Don't Miss, and McQueen and the Violet Fog is the absolute perfect gin. The smooth delivery and distinct citrus flavor cools and refreshes every single time. And with that temperature going up, it's the perfect summertime drink. This Brazilian gin is produced in limited batches of less than 55 cases per distillation. And say it all the time. They don't make much, but what they do make is damn good. So you better go to drizzly.com right now and grab your bottle. Or the next time you're at your favorite store, take a look for it. McQueen and the Violet Fog. And if you don't see it, all good. We got you. Hit us up at Damien Barling or at IamKDiddy. We'll let our man Ben know, hey, this store is out. They need a re-up for McQueen and the Violet Fog, and we'll get you all set. And when you make that first cocktail, when you pour that first drink, take a picture, share it with us at DLomanKC and at McQueen Violet Fog on Instagram. We want to spread the word all throughout the valley. We want to spread the word all throughout the world that after 500 years, it's time for a new gin. It's time for McQueen and the Violet Fog. And DLomanKC and ESPN 1320 remind you, be responsible. Don't drink and drive. Look at what whose man's is this?
Hey, did y'all know it's Friday? Did y'all know it's Friday?
We already know, baby. Let's go. We got them new Blue Bottle boys. What about it?
It's cool because it's Friday and I'm at work, but I don't work late. So
okay.
You already know.
Okay, we with it.
Both you guys excuse me for being an absolute degenerate. There are Twitter clips of Trey Lance passing right now, and I'm mesmerized. I want to know all his stats. I want to see every clip of him throwing these 5-yard out routes. I want to see them all.
Hey, Kenny. Can I pass something along to you? Yes. Anytime anyone talks about clips in practice, there's 2 clips I refer to. You ready for the first one?
What's that?
First one is a young player, former #1 overall pick in the NBA. His name is Markelle Fultz.
Those were bad clips.
He did a workout and he missed like at least 70% of his shots in this workout. In Philadelphia. I'm sorry, not in Philadelphia, in Camden, because that's where their Sixers practice facility is.
Camden, New Jersey?
Camden, New Jersey.
What are they doing there?
Do you know what a tax break is?
I know what Camden, New Jersey is, though. What the hell are they doing there?
This is in your big brother's Camden, okay?
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
Right across the bridge. Did I ever tell you about gentrification, how that works?
I got you.
So that clip, which is like, hey, maybe we should pay attention to the fact that this guy is missing all these shots. Mm. And now here we are years later. Of course, he does not play in Philadelphia. He's currently sidelined for the Orlando Magic. Clip number 2, though, is the more prevalent clip that I want.
You know what's funny, though, before you move on, Keith Pompey told us that same story one day about, and everyone was like, they got to take De'Aaron. They got to take De'Aaron.
They should have taken De'Aaron. Here's the other thing. His teammate, Ben Simmons, like clockwork, every summer, we're almost there, right?
Almost.
NBA over in a couple of months. Ben Simmons in the gym just wet.
The NBA regular season goes from December 22nd.
That's
Siri. Good looking out, Siri.
Just look, jumpers, behind the 3-point line, corner threes from the angle, threes from the top of the key. Nothing but net, nothing but net, nothing but net, nothing but net. Beware of the practice video always. Like,
yeah, let me get some more Trey Lance videos.
Don't let him ruin this for you. Get in them Trey Lance videos, buddy.
Refresh, more video. Look at that 3-yard out route he just threw. Oh my God.
Hang on, guys. We're coming back. Hang on. Ain't no such things as halfway crooks. We back in here. You can watch the show, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. And you can see the very beautiful face of our dear, close, longtime personal friend, the anchor, the host, the man over at CBS 13. Ladies and gentlemen, he has been waiting for this appearance for several days. He can now yell at me on the radio and on the stream as opposed to just through the text. Marshall Harris, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. But the thing is, Damien, you never wild out in real, like on this, like you do when I'm listening. When I'm listening, I'm like, what is going on? Like, what is?
There was multiple.
When we get in here, actually in here on the Twitch, on all the little streaming services you got, you're perfectly fine and normal. You know why? Hear what I got to say about certain things, so you don't even bring it up.
What were you all worked up? Oh, you were like all worked up because I said maybe Memphis shouldn't want to win these games against the Kings.
Yeah, that's it.
I don't want to see the Lakers and Marshall.
You don't have to be an analytics specialist to understand that 2 shots are greater than 1. You don't.
That's not our problem. Our problem was getting the Kings in there.
Yeah, and as I told people at the beginning of the week, I said it is way more likely, or even with 3 games left, it is way more likely that the Kings lose one of these games than the San Antonio Spurs wins one of these games. I fully expect San Antonio to lose all the games, but ask the Kings minus Tyrese Halliburton, De'Aaron Fox, Harrison Barnes, and then Marvin Bagley on top of that to win a game, and then another game, and then another game. Y'all asking for weight. You understand? Justin James out of Wyoming, 2nd round pick. Justin had to, or was he a 1st round pick? Maybe he was a 1st
round pick.
No, he's 2nd round. He's the first of 2 2nd round picks. How deep in his bag did he had to go?
Deep.
In order to keep the Kings like in the game. Like y'all were talking a minute ago about Shemezi Metu, not a minute ago, but several minutes ago, about Shemezi Metu throwing up all those threes and just keeps shooting and all that. What do you think Justin James was doing? Like, what? So for the Kings to even be in a position before, of course, they just literally ran out of gas the at the end of the game. That's a win for Luke Walton's club. Like them boys had no business.
Boo. Wrong. That is false. Okay. A win for Luke Walton's club, Marshall.
No. I'm not saying a win like they obviously didn't win the game. I'm saying to see them playing that hard.
No.
This season when everybody else is signed off.
No. False.
Tell me more, Damien.
They had a chance to win that game.
And they didn't. But the effort was there. Look, you know what? I'm gonna say this real slow and simple, so everyone listening can understand what I'm about to say.
Don't do that. You're talking to me. You're not addressing everybody else. You're talking to me.
No, everybody else who irrationally believes that like the Kings should have won the game.
They were in position. They played well enough to win that game for 46 minutes.
Let me ask you a question. Where was that same effort and energy from the 5 guys I didn't see on the court? Well, I'm not going to say 5. The 4 guys I didn't see on the court on a night-in, night basis leading up to the final 2 weeks of the season. If you just play with that energy half the time, there are not 2 9-game losing streaks.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I've learned watching this team as currently constituted, the roster that actually will play tonight in Memphis? Maybe the guys watching on the sidelines could take maybe some of their lead and play with their hair on fire and not look too cool and too cute sometimes.
That's facts.
Fair?
Okay.
That's fact.
But let's talk about this. Are you talking about De'Aaron? Does De'Aaron not play hard enough?
I don't think anyone doesn't play hard enough. I just want to see the same level of energy that I saw from these 2nd and 3rd string NBA players, guys who were on 2-way contracts not but a couple of weeks ago. And I get it. Y'all paid. Y'all got your contracts. Maybe they need to be reminded of what it's like when you don't have everything guaranteed for you financially. And I didn't think I'd be the one saying this, but I think it has to be said.
Mm-hmm. No, you're right.
Anybody over there in the chat group disagree with what I'm saying right now?
Hey, Marshall, you're 100% right. And you guys know I love De'Aaron Fox. I think De'Aaron Fox plays hard. I think Harrison Barnes plays hard. I think Tyrese Halliburton plays hard. But the way they played without those guys, I'm not saying that you say, hey, I wasn't playing well. But if you're any of those guys that were on the bench, you got to be looking at yourself in the mirror and be like, I think I've been playing, at the very least, say, I think I was giving my best, but maybe there's another level. I need to see if there's another level, because these guys were out here outperforming us when we were out here. So even if I thought I was doing the most I could, maybe I wasn't, and I need to look for that other level. I agree.
And like early in the season, I would have been like, well, maybe the game's moving too fast. They're trying to learn new defensive concepts, whatever, got to play on the string, on defense, all that. But what I saw the last couple of weeks from these other guys is just guys like, hey, we may make mistakes, but they're going to be such aggressive mistakes that we make it. How many times in the last 3 or 4 games have you guys seen the Kings make a bad pass, turn it over, and get it back within 5 seconds just through sheer effort before the ball can even get across half court? That's what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they need to be looking themselves in the mirror, man. But this is kind of the conversation that we had earlier in the day. Is like, how many of those guys are really going to take that to heart? How many of those guys are really going to be like, you know what, man? Like, whether it's the guys outplaying them that were out there, whether it's being a joke, being looked at as a joke, as an organization, as a collective group around the country, around the sports world, how many are going to take that to heart and be like, and get pissed off for it? I can't even stand the guy, so I can't believe I'm going to repeat what he said. But Ray Lewis pissed off for greatness. Who's going to be pissed off for greatness?
And I think that what you're talking about right now, KC, that's what I don't know, because we've been so limited in terms of media access with everything being on Zoom now, and to get in a player's face asking questions about accountability is very different when you're in a scrum in the locker room or at practice versus the way I'm talking to you guys right now virtually. It's just a different animal. I don't know if you guys saw Sam Amick's piece with Draymond Green where he interviewed him, and he just talks about at the beginning of that how you don't have the access that you used to have. And I'm not saying like we all need like big access all the time, but I feel like you can go in there with a certain thermometer of sorts and understand what the temperature of the room is when you're there in person, when you're dealing with guys after a loss, after a win, after the 3rd loss in a row, after the 5th loss in a row, after the 9th loss in a row.
Oh, man.
You can read the energy of the room.
Mm-hmm.
Straight up.
Wow.
We were talking, Marsha Harris of CBS 13 with us. We were talking just moments ago about tanking and how tanking is more of a concept than an actual practice. So if anybody could actually speak on it, it's you, because you covered, as you have noted on a couple of different occasions here with us. You have you have, and it's not a secret. You worked in Philadelphia. You covered that 10-win team. You covered the so-called process outside of Philadelphia, who the belief is, and perhaps the understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, they tanked, lost on purpose, didn't put forth their best effort for multiple years. That's not an actual. Let me. That's leading the witness. Sorry, Your Honor. Is that a practice you believe exists in the NBA?
Yes, except for the part about the not trying. Like the players who are on the court are trying. Period.
Of course, we're always talking about the organization.
But the organization can say, "Hey, these guys are playing tonight. These other guys aren't playing tonight," and maybe that would increase our odds. Like, dude, the best is Lou Dort. Go look at two players I love. Plumlee on Detroit and Lou Dort in OKC. If you go look at their game log, and I think even of late Corey Joseph's game log, like them not playing and being arrested throughout the last 3 weeks of the season, we're not messing this up. We're gonna get a top 5, top 6 pick. I think it's definitely a practice. Some teams are better at it than others. And I think if you want to really tank, you got to be all in, baby. You got to be able to go rock bottom with it. Like, some teams don't commit like the Sixers committed. Like, the Sixers let you know. You'll be able to judge us on our talent evaluation over a 3 to 4 year span, because we're going to have a top 3 pick every year, whether that's Joel Embiid or Markelle Fultz or Ben Simmons,
Nerlens Noel,
or like plenty of options to choose from. And the whole thing with the tanking is, you don't need to tank to win. See the team that plays about an hour and a half to 2 hours south of us, depending on traffic. You just need to have good talent evaluation and have a highly malleable roster, one that's always ready to catch the star when the star becomes available, a la the Houston Rockets and OKC when they got James Harden. The roster ready to be manipulated, whatever need to be done to pay somebody a max contract then and there. And that's what I believe are ready to do. It may not happen this offseason. It may happen in the middle of a season, but you got to be ready. And you don't have to get ready if you stay ready. And right now, the Kings are going to have to make some decisions to make sure that they are indeed ready when that star player becomes available.
Mm-hmm. Well,
do you think it works? Does tanking work?
Yeah, if you commit to it, it does work.
When has it worked?
What?
When has it worked?
It works when you commit to it for a span of 3 to 4 years and you have somebody smart and prudent enough to know what to do with those draft picks once you get them. It's like Sam Hinkie was beautiful in his explanation of it. You're just buying lottery tickets. Are you going to win all the time? No, but every lottery ticket you buy, you increase your odds. So just like the literal NBA draft lottery, they did it enough so they had however many lottery picks over the course of 4 years. And did they all work out? Absolutely not. But you only needed to hit on one, maybe two, and you got yourself a contender if you know what you're doing otherwise in your organization. See Tim Duncan.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
a tank. People forget Tim Duncan is the product of a tank job.
But number one, like it's been mentioned numerous times in the chat and on here, that was out of necessity. David Robinson was out for they didn't see Tim Duncan at the start of the year and say, yo, David, don't play this year. David Robinson got hurt. A lot of their players got hurt. So they decided, all right, let's tank. That was a 1-year tank. You throw Philadelphia in there. Even if I give you that, that's 2 teams in the last almost 30 years that have tanked that it actually worked. Where else has it worked? It didn't work with the Knicks. We know
you got to have like I said before, you got to have a good front office that knows what they're doing in terms of talent evaluation. You go back to the Timberwolves teams that took, who was it, Johnny Flynn and who else above Steph?
Oh, Ricky Rubio.
Ricky Rubio. Like you don't need to have like a number 1, number 2, or number 3 pick, but like a top 10 pick, you should be able to do something there. A valuable, at least a rotation player, the probability of an all-star. In terms of lottery picks, like the numbers don't lie, but you got to have good talent evaluation. Absolutely. Even with De'Aaron Fox, yes, the book is still out on Marvin Bagley, correct?
It is for me.
Yeah, it's debatable.
It is for me.
Are we giving up on Marvin Bagley?
I have.
One of us might be.
By one of us, do we mean you, Damon?
That'd be me, Professor Harris.
I have not hung up the line on Marvin Bagley. Marvin Bagley still has the tools to be a star in this league. Now, whether he gets put in a position to do that and he takes advantage of his opportunities, that's another story for another day.
Now, so
he needs a foam roller. That's what he needs. He needs that new massage gun, Kenny guy.
He needs that massage gun for sure. But look, I'll say this though, Marshall, you're actually proving our point. Tanking is not what works. The evaluation of talent is what works.
Are we talking about tanking because we're talking about the Kings tanking? Because the Kings aren't.
No. The Kings definitely aren't tanking. No, we were having a conversation about, there's a tanking crowd who's frustrated that the Kings got this far to come up empty, and they're like, "Yo, we could have gotten Cade, we could have gotten Jalen Green, we could have gotten all these guys if we had, just lost more games and finished in the top 4."
You can't tank with this roster, I said before.
Here's the other thing, though. Before you continue, you can't tank. Like, even if we take this year out of it, you can't tank 14 years into a postseason drought. New York or who did Philadelphia wasn't 14 years into a playoff drought.
No,
San Antonio wasn't 14 years into a playoff drought.
They were teetering in that 7-8 position. It was like, do we want to be a mediocre basketball team or do we want to get somebody who could take us to? It's a star-driven league. It's still a star-driven league. It's a star-driven league. Last team I remember that thought they could do it without the superstar was those Hawks that were the number 1 seed. What happened to them in the playoffs?
60 wins.
And then the last team that actually got away with it and did it were, of course, the Pistons.
Yeah.
Won it all.
Yep.
But that's a long time ago, guys.
Yeah.
So you got to go far back to do it without a superstar.
Mm-hmm.
You got to go far, far back. And usually you got to have multiple superstars.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
real quick, KC.
I remember LeBron in LA without Anthony Davis by his side. I remember how that season ended.
Luke was the coach.
My man, that is my man, Kenny Caraway right there. You're listening to ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. You can watch us on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Marshall Harris of CBS 13 with us. KC, I think you earned a blue bottle for that, man. I've got two blue bottles waiting for you, baby. That was a good one.
I threw a bone to those, the Luke hating squad, you know what I mean? But the facts remains, though, LeBron did quit on that team.
He did not quit.
He tapped out. When LeBron was there, they were a top 4 team in the West.
He got hurt.
And
How's LeBron getting hurt quitting?
Because he came back when he kind of came back. And I'll get back.
Playoff mode activated.
Yeah, right.
See?
Right. See, Luke, when he has the horses, he's a solid guy.
Sorry, my bad. I was an accident. I didn't mean to hit that button. It's $10,000 fine.
Be careful. But look, man, I look at what goes on in this league, and you're right, Marshall, 100%. You need your stars, and you just got to be savvy with what you do. It's the draft is only one aspect of it, and just flat out losing to get a top pick. That I think it is worked in other ways a lot more than it is than just lose and tank. And like you said, Damien, you can't. We're past tanking. I could kind of care less about tanking at this point. I ain't seen the playoffs in 15 years. Like, get to the playoffs.
And what stings about this year, perhaps maybe more for Kings fans, you guys tell me, because you guys have been dealing with the Kings for a lot longer of a period of time than I have, is they expanded the number of teams that go to the first of all, this ain't baseball or football where 5 or 6 teams, 7 teams get into the playoffs. This is basketball where more than half the teams get into the playoffs. And this year they said, here's the deal. 2/3 of all the teams will play in the postseason. 2/3. You got a 2 out of 3 chance of getting into the postseason. And now the Kings are like, for 15 straight years, we just couldn't even be, not even the top 50th percentile, like when you used to do little standardized tests in school. I finished in the 70th percentile, or the Kings been finishing in the 20th and the 30th percentile. They need a shame at their school, like that. Frustration from the fans. I feel so bad for Sacramento Kings fans. Nobody feels worse for you than I do. I promise you that. As someone who was not born and raised here and who has not suffered through the 15 years. Hey, I'm a Buffalo Bills fan. I know about long stretches of nothingness.
Wow.
About
what's next? What do you think happens next?
I think Monty McNair figures out what he's going to do with a couple of these starters and makes decisions, and we find out about it from national writers who get beforehand, and we all sit back and wait as local media members. That's what I think.
See, media is just like they just wait for the Woj tweet so they know what's going on.
Look, and I don't think the Kings are that far away with this. I think if they had this roster from the start of the season, they probably would be either neck and neck with, they're right behind San Antonio, neck and neck with San Antonio, or in the play-in. But they just didn't have the health to get it done at the end of the season. Sorry, but if I told y'all at the beginning of the season that the Kings were within a game of a play-in spot with 2 weeks left and De'Aaron Fox wasn't going to play no more, what would you have told me? Oh, well, it was a good run. Like, they made it more interesting than it should have been. I will stick to that. I know Amy's mad about what I said about them.
No, that's not true. I agree with everything you said. That's what we were hoping for. Like, we've acknowledged this. We essentially, of course, we wanted them to win last night, but we got the outcome we wanted. The problem is, I just don't like the idea that, and I understand Rashawn Holmes went out after the second quarter last night. I just don't like the idea that they lost the game because of injuries. I don't like the idea that they lost the game because De'Aaron Fox wasn't there. They were up 6 with 3 minutes to go. New York had already won. They were already in a great position. They were playing good ball. Those final 4 or 5 possessions went to hell. They wound up being 3-point shots or turnovers. It was disastrous execution at the worst possible time. It wasn't because of injuries. It was because of lack of execution. There was a shot clock violation out of a timeout, for God's sakes.
That's when I knew the game was over, actually. The shot clock out of the timeout, and I was like, okay, this is a wrap. But I will say this. I was sitting there watching the game. I was like, look, they're going to have to make their move 2 times. They got 2 chances to make their move. Beginning of the second quarter, beginning of the fourth quarter, because Ja Morant will not be on the floor doing ridiculous things, as we saw him do ridiculous things.
He'll never be on the floor doing ridiculous things.
He didn't go off. He just played Ja Morant game. And the Kings, it's not like Jonas Valanciunas went for 35.
No, he was killing him though.
He was really good though.
He was
no, I'm saying, but that listen.
Dylan Brooks was killing him.
Jonas Valanciunas does. Outside of the 8 for 8 from the free throw line, everything he did in that game was textbook Jonas Valanciunas. If you too little, I'm about to go hard at y'all. And that's what he did. And he didn't, like I'm saying, he didn't take that many shots. So at the end of the game, those 4 minutes you're talking about, Damian, I believe it was 3:08 left when they had a 6-point lead after the Buddy Hield elbow jumper. Mm-hmm. Look, at that point, you looked on the floor, you saw all the personnel on the floor. The Grizzlies clearly had the better personnel on the floor, but you were hoping, hey, they'll play defense hard and they'll figure out a way to get it done. But that's when Memphis really locked in. No fault of I'm not saying you're not wrong about the Kings and their lack of execution on offense, but the other team has guys too, and they're better guys. Period. Mm-hmm. They're guys, and you're on the road. It was a good run. He is mad about it as y'all are.
All right. I don't remember if did I say you're listening to
Marshall Harris.
Okay. All right. I was just going to tell everybody they're listening to D'Lo and Casey, but apparently I've already said that. You know that's Marshall Harris. So,
Damien, look.
Marshall, big believer in Marvin Bagley and Luke Walton. This Marshall Harris is.
No, whoa. We're not gonna do on a Friday is twist my words. We're not gonna do on a Friday. All I say, here's the one thing. If you remember nothing else that I have said about Marvin Bagley, you remember this. We just got done talking about tanking. We just got done talking about stars. We're all in agreement the only way you get a star in Sacramento is by drafting him or trading for him. You just better make sure if you get rid of Marvin Bagley that he does not go elsewhere and become a star, because the amount of egg on your will be Humpty Dumpty size. Okay?
Hey, but I will say this. I will say this though, Damien, my bad. I always talk about having this conversation at the end of the year, Monty and Marvin, they need to sit in a room and have a real conversation. And I'll tell Marvin this if I'm Monty McNair. I'll be like, I'll start off, I'll say, Marvin, we want you here. We want you here. All right. We want to make this happen. But let's be real. We don't need you here. We got a guy that came off the street in Chimezie Metu that produced on the regular about as good as you have ever produced. And he's there every night. So if you don't want to be here, let us know. We'll move on. If you do want to be here, let's figure something out. But don't get it twisted, Marvin. We don't need you to be successful out here. And he needs to have that kind of tone when that kind of talk with him. Like, what do you want to do? What do you want to do with not only this team, but your career? Your reputation and your career is on the line here.
Mr. Harris.
I have a question. The only question I have is the same question I had the last time you said the spill. Is Marvin Bagley Sr. going to be in the room when all this is said?
Oh my gosh. I'd talk to Marvin Bagley Sr. I would.
Has anybody taken a peek at Big Marv's Twitter account today?
Oh, was he talking about? I have not.
Oh, thanks to the great Jill Adge for hipping me to this. Yeah, just go take a look at Team Bagley.
Twitter fingers.
Take a look over at Team Bagley and just head over to the likes section and see what you find there. I know we like Marshall Harris. We like Marshall Harris, and we're so thankful that you join us every Friday. Oh, we know you got to get back to work.
Marshall, did you see this pass by Trey Lance's 3-yard out route? Ooh, I can't wait.
Not now. I thought you were going to tell me about a pitch, because that offense, there's a lot of pitching going on, a lot of option read.
Boy, this guy was about 4 yards in front of him, and he put it on the numbers.
Kenny's watching highlights, and Marshall got to go back to work. Marshall, we appreciate you. As always, CBS 13 Sports Sunday, 11:30 this Sunday. We're back with more of D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. By the way, I got to follow up on this Marvin Bagley going and playing elsewhere thing. That's next here on ESPN 1320. All right, we're good, guys.
When's the next?
Look, man.
When's the next?
I would just hate to see Sacramento get rid of Marvin Bagley and him blow up somewhere else, and then just
Is there a possibility Marvin's tanking?
What does that mean? What does that mean? Thank you, Julian, by the way.
I'm asking a question because I'm a broadcast journalist.
Okay.
So I'm floating like, hey, could it maybe Marvin didn't want to come back and play. Maybe Marvin didn't want to come back from Arizona. Maybe Marvin.
Did you see him play?
I'm gonna tell you like this.
For 4 games before he got hurt again.
I'm gonna tell you like this. With all due respect to these, I don't put nothing past Team Bagley. I don't put nothing past them. I'm not saying that's what happened, but they haven't.
Just a question.
If you asked me this question about Rashawn and Dr. Holmes and the way they go about business, I'd be like, you're crazy. There's no way they're doing that. The way these people handle business, I don't put that above them. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Dang, you're attacking the character of a whole family.
Well, 2 people. Big Marv and
Team Bagley includes Marcus Bagley and what's the little one's name?
I forgot the little guy's name.
He might be the best one out of all 3 of them.
He can play. Mom,
look, I don't want to see him on the court. He man won't hold up against that.
Mom is a really nice lady as well. Big Marv, I've met him. He's nice, but the way they go about things, not only here, I've heard in the past, way back to high school, I wouldn't put anything above them.
I just want y'all to be in a better mood next time I talk to y'all.
Hey man, what you mean?
Why your eyes going up, Ryan?
We in a great mood. What are you talking about?
Next week when we're talking about the Warriors as a 7 seed, we'll have a conversation.
Hey, but look here. The game no one talks about categorizing the whole family. I'm sorry, it's not Team Marvin Jr., it's Team Bagley. He put the whole family in there. We didn't do that. Team.
Damon, you never answered my text about Sunday. Let me know if you can come on.
I never got it. Oh, sorry, I got it. Yeah, I'm down.
Okay,
absolutely.
We're gonna have kind of a round table-ish feel to our show. It's gonna be pretty much all Kings, so we're just gonna.
Is it live?
We're gonna talk about it for the people at home. What'd you say?
Is it live? Like what time?
Live, yeah, it's 11:30.
Yeah.
That night. So.
Okay, I'll be ready.
Y'all have a great day. I'm gonna go do some work.
Thanks, buddy.
Take care.
We appreciate you, Marshall.
All right, man. Hey, Young Cole.
It's me.
We talking about same in the moment mistakes are back? No. I'm telling you, is we I guess we did before. I wouldn't that question that Damien asked. I'm just telling you, I would not put it above them. That's all I'm saying.
All right, I'm gonna say this.
Oh,
you do what you want with this.
Twitch.tv/ESPN1320,
YouTube.com/ESPN1320. We hope you'll go check us out. Hit the subscribe button. If you're in the chat right now, if you're on YouTube right now, please hit the thumbs up. That's super important. Don't forget that. Marvin Bagley is a more polarizing player in this city than DeMarcus Cousins.
I don't know if he's there yet.
Marvin Bagley. Look at the chat right now. Look at the chat right now.
Marvin show 5 years ago. It said something about DeMar. You did have a show 5 years ago. And what would happen when DeMarcus Cousins came from?
And at the time, DeMarcus was polarizing for like a different reason.
Uh-huh.
Like Marvin is like, you know, DeMarcus was his attitude. It was this, it was that, it was technicals. It was never his game. It was never his availability. It was never anything like that. With Marvin, it's like potential. It's like when he plays, you're tantalized, you're excited, it's hot. When he doesn't, you're down on him. It's like there's two distinct camps. It's like with DeMarcus, you loved him or hated him. Mm-hmm. There was no in between with DeMarcus Cousins, absolutely none. With Marvin, it's like you want him here, like you want him here or you don't. No one's like, whatever money works out with Marvin is fine.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you can do. Would you love to have Mo Harkless? Sure. But if he's got to go, you know, if they can't re-sign Mo Harkless, no big deal. We'd love to have Rashawn Holmes. We really like Rashawn Holmes, but I get it. The money's involved. It's not the conversation with Marvin. It's not like, if Marvin can stick around, that'd be cool. No, I want him gone or I want him here. Those are the only two camps, here or gone. Okay. No, I'm not walking it back. I think he is more polarizing than DeMarcus was.
All right. I mean, he's very polarizing.
Shorter term, DeMarcus was polarizing for a while. It's a little shorter term here from Marvin.
He's very polarizing. And John Bull in the chat, I mean, he brings up a good reason as well. I ain't even gonna put it on the screen, but he brings up a good reason as well. But yeah, man, like I get it. He's extremely polarizing. I get it.
Yeah,
I absolutely get it.
You don't have to put that on the screen, but yeah, John's saying there were people working against him with afternoon talk shows who hated his guts and took personal shots at him. And a lot of people, people fed into that. You always knew who listened to that dude because they regurgitated the same garbage he said on a night-to-night basis or on a day-to-day basis or whatever. Just regurgitate the same same lines verbatim, same thing over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
I think Marvin is the same way. You either want him here or you don't. I'm not saying you love him or you hate him. That was DeMarcus. You loved him or you hated him. No in between. Marvin, you either want him here because you really, really believe in that potential, or you've completely given up because you don't believe he could stay healthy.
And that's
you want to get off that 11.
Young Cole was saying last week, you know, we were in love with him, and now we're back to trashing him. And
it's not trashing him. That's not fair. We're not trashing him.
We're not trashing him. And as somebody who wants to keep him here in myself, I'm the one of the guys. If me and Damian are on picking sides, I want to keep him here. Damian's ready to move on. With me wanting to keep him here, I understand exactly what Damian and other people are talking about. I'm the one that it's like I brought Sean John here. I coined the phrase, you can't rely on this man. I get that. Some would even say my decision and what I want to do with him is not the sound one, is not the reasonable one, because I know that I can't rely on him, yet I still want him around and I want to keep him around. But at this point, I talk about it all the time with these Kings and the winning and people look at him a laughing stock. You are who you are. Marvin Bagley, until you can stay healthy, you are unreliable. Like, that's what it is. And this is what we talk about when we talk about people being real with themselves and being self-aware. Like him, Team Bagley, they can't be upset with somebody saying that he's unreliable given how things have gone out. He has not been reliable, period. I think he's got great potential. I think he can play. I want to take a chance on that potential, but they'd be lying to themselves if they said they were reliable and that you can count on them, because you can't.
No, you very much cannot. I recognize, like, I know what we see. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not dumb. Like, I see it. I see the ability out there. I said this to you a couple of days ago. You didn't agree with this, and that's fine. But I said, like, if Monty chooses to make a change at the head coaching position, maybe you have to talk to the next head coach and figure out, like, hey, well, I think they're going to do this regardless. But hypothetically, if the front office is down on Marvin Bagley, hypothetically, you bring in a new coach, And that new coach goes, I really think I could do something. I know his dad and the tweets and the likes, and I know that stuff frustrates you. But I really think we've got something with this young man. We've got him here. Like, is there any way we could hold on to that $11 million and work with him next year? Because I really think we could do something special with this young man.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, I said, if Monty makes the decision that Luke Walton is the head coach next year, you've got to trade Marvin. We already know what Luke thinks of Marvin. He doesn't think very highly of him. That 31-point game that we were all excited about, he got by default. Not default in the way that he played, but default in that they needed a guy out there to play. So he got minutes that he normally doesn't get. Remember, he was I feel like Marvin's on these minutes restrictions as a way to bail Luke Walton out from not actually playing him. Like, and I understand he's coming back from injuries. I understand all that stuff. Why do you need a minutes restriction for your hand? Minutes restriction, hamstring? Got it.
Right.
Knee? Got it. Foot? Right. Okay. Your wrist? Your hand? For what? Well, like, why? You're either ready to come back or you're not. What danger is there with your hand? If you got a danger with your hand, you shouldn't be coming back.
Right.
I feel like all these minutes restrictions were used as a way to bail Luke Walton out, because when it was convenient for him on two separate occasions on two different injuries, he blew past the minutes restriction. Why is it that? I blew past it. Because, he was telling the media before the game, yeah, he's on a minutes restriction tonight. Never clarified what the minutes were. Never once. What's the minutes, Luke? 20 to 25? 20? No, minutes restriction. Well, we'll let the sports scientists figure that stuff out. They'll keep me honest out there. Until Marvin was cooking and you needed him. And it was like, we blew past that minutes restriction. Twice. When it was convenient, he got to stay out there. Luke doesn't trust him. If Luke is the coach next year, let Marvin go play elsewhere.
Wow. And then here's the other thing. Like you said, we saw what Team Bagley's out here liking and all this other stuff. And I want to be perfectly clear. I've said this numerous times. I like Marvin III. Seems like a really good kid, really good young man. I've had interactions with Big Marv. I have nothing bad to say about the times that I've interacted with him. Been nice, been respectful, been engaging. Perfectly fine. Marvin Bagley III is not good enough for all this. Not right now. He's not reliable enough for all of this. All the likes, all the tweets, all the back and forth, all the public shaming of the franchise and your coach and your point guard. Like if you were Luka Doncic and you were doing this, well, it comes with the territory. It comes with it. He gives you what he gives you on the court, but he's a loose cannon, but it comes with it. You got to deal with it. That's not what this is. And they got a false sense of reality. I think that's the biggest issue. They got a false sense of reality. There's a level of, when you talk about Team Bagley, and we're left to figure out if it infiltrates down to Marvin III, there's a certain level of entitlement. And I hope that's not what happens with Marvin Bagley III. But like even with the whole, he doesn't play in the fourth quarter and Luke doesn't trust him and all this other stuff. And I was the one champion. He needs to be in there in the fourth quarter. You've been doing the same. But at the same time, what have you done in this league that you have to be playing in no fourth quarter or have to be playing a certain amount of minutes? What have you done in this league? Like, I like you. I would play you. But let's just call a spade a spade. Let's be real with it. What have you achieved in this league on a consistent basis? Hey, I'm the first one to say, get off his back, or I'm tired of him. But let's just be real, because we're living in a real world. You're not Luka, bro. You're not doing what he does.
Well,
one of the reasons why Luka can get away with all the technicals and do all the, you got to live with it, is because he out here dropping 28, 8, and 8. You're not doing it. Right now, you're not even hitting your free throws. You can't stay on the court. There's a certain level of entitlement that needs to go away, whether it's here in Sacramento or if he goes somewhere else. It needs to go away.
So I'm glad you said that, partner, because Marshall Harris, who was with us a couple of minutes ago, if you missed that conversation, you could check it out after the show on twitch.tv or youtube.com/ESPN1320. Or, of course, you can use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. He said, and he's been very consistent in this thought, you can't risk Marvin Bagley going out there and being great for another team. You can't risk him, finally showing the promise of a number 2 overall pick and him not being in a Sacramento Kings uniform. Mm-hmm. And I hear that and completely understand that. Like, yeah, you don't want to risk that. At some point, you cut bait. We talked about Tyreke Evans yesterday or the day before. Mm-hmm. We were talking about Tyreke not getting the second deal, went on to play really well with New Orleans, went on to have a fine career before its rather bizarre end. If Marvin goes out next year, and it's kind of going to tie into something that I said half jokingly to Marshall a second ago, but we'll have like a serious conversation about this. If Marvin does go tear it up next year for somebody else, for a different team, if Marvin plays 70+ games next year, 75+ games next year, are we sure this all falls on the Kings? Because all we've heard about all year is about how did this season start? Team Bagley, trade Marvin, please, Sacramento Kings, at Sacramento Kings or whatever it was. That started. I think the Kings were actually playing well when that whole thing with Marvin Bagley started. And then you have the situation where Marvin remains silent, but Marvin Bagley III remains silent. It's difficult for me, and I don't know the dynamics of that family. I've never had any interaction with them. So, what do I know on this situation? But it's difficult for me to believe that Team Bagley, Marvin Bagley II, went rogue. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There has been discussions. I'm assuming, my belief is, my feeling of this is, there's been discussions. I can't stand this organization. Oh, I got to get out of here. Son, you got to get out of here. You never get. You see, 14 years, son. You see this? You got to get out of there. I wouldn't be so quick as someone who has criticized the development of players in on this team for years. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't be so quick to see Marvin Bagley go somewhere else next year, him suddenly get healthy, suddenly play consistent and go, man, the Kings just ruined him. I would probably look a little bit deeper than that. Yeah. I would try to take the entire thing into context.
I think that's completely fair. And if I'm Monty McNair, if I'm Kenny Caraway and I get a chance to sit down, talk to Marvin Bagley III, I tell him, Marvin, I want you here. I want this to work. I want you to be a Sacramento King. But at the same time, let's not get it twisted. I'm wanting you here basically off of blind faith and hope. Mm. It is not because of production. Mm-hmm. And like I said, that may sound harsh, but that's just being real. It's not because you produced on this super level. It's not because you've been reliable on this super level. I want you here because I believe in you, because I believe in what you could be. But let's be real. It's not because of production. It isn't, because that just hasn't been there.
Yeah.
So
916. Let's go to the homeboy, Manny. 916-349-1320. If you want to get in on the phone lines, we'd love to hear from you. What's up, Manny?
What's up, y'all? I always go back to Chicago references, but it's like Rose, dude was an MVP. We saw greatness coming out of him, and then he couldn't stay healthy. And it was years, and it got to the point where, and this is an MVP skilled player, where it got to the point where it's like, look, we love you, you're a great person, but at some point, unless you're taking the minimum, we have to move on. We have to just say it sucks, it's a tragedy, but we have to move on. With Sacramento and Bagley, I think it's one of those things where I said in the chat was like, look, man, if you can't trade him because you can't really get anything for him, I'm with the Kenny side of that, where it's like, well, let's just see what another year does. Maybe, these weren't kind of like injuries that were seemed like they were not hereditary, but they just were
accidents.
So
sure.
Maybe, accidents. Yeah. Sorry. So maybe, that all the bad luck, all the bad juju, that's out the way, and let's see if this potential could be reached. But if you can get something for him, or if he's asking for 2 too much, or if it still becomes that whole senior Bagley issue, then yeah, we don't need that kind of thing on the team. But he has, like Kenny said, like there just hasn't been enough out there where this needs to be some kind of venomous discussion. And how can you be so strong for a dude that you barely? How are you gonna marry this girl you just started dating yesterday? Come on.
Love at first sight. Oh man, he doesn't believe in love.
Oh man. No, you don't know everything that, if he plays this somewhere else, I will be the first. I'll sit there and be like, that's cool. I'm happy for you because I don't think you're a bad person. I don't think you did anything bad. I hope you play well somewhere else. But at that point, there is a point where you gotta say enough is enough here.
Okay. All right. We appreciate you, Manny. Thanks as always.
Yeah.
Again, he's polarizing.
Yeah,
you're on one camp or the other. You're either Team Bagley or you're Team get him anywhere else.
Yeah.
And it's hard for people because you look at what, Atlanta Hawks are winning. Bogey, now that he's healthy, is playing pretty well. Of course, Kings fans are looking at that like, again, this happened again. This isn't even Vlade's fault. This isn't even Pete's fault. This isn't Vivek's fault or Joe and Gavin's fault. This is Monty's fault. Man, we let him go for nothing. Crap. Same thing's going to happen with Marvin. We're going to lose him. I get it. I get the fear of that. It's the fear of 15 years of stinking. I understand it. And you think that Marvin is still, you have moments like that. The 31-point game. Yeah, I mean, hell, it wasn't even, the 31-point game really stands out, but he played really good against Dallas. He played really good against Los Angeles, and it wasn't until the San Antonio game where you were reminded, Luke, don't trust him. He don't get the opportunity to play out of it. Everybody else does. Marvin does not. There's so many things at play here with Marvin. I know Rashawn, Buddy, Sua, shorter, smaller, different degree, Harrison. I don't think there's any more interesting subplot. Luke Walton first, but once we really dive into the offseason, I don't know that there's any more interesting story to me than Marvin Bagley this offseason and what Monty really thinks of him.
Yeah, it's a huge story, subplot. You said Walton first. I don't know, man.
Walton will be immediate though. Like Luke, I think will be. I told you before. I think it'll be Monday, one way or another. I'm not saying Luke's going to be fired Monday. I'm saying one way or another.
Yeah,
maybe, hopefully, the Sacramento Kings learned from past errors, and maybe we hear from Jason Jones or James Ham about Luke Walton's future. I certainly hope. Now, knowing the dynamics of how agents work and different things like that, there's a good chance that's not going to be the case, and we're going to wind up hearing it from Adrian Wojnarowski. But I think one way or another, we're going to know about Luke Walton's future on Monday. Once we get past that, whatever it may be, I think the story becomes Marvin and then Rashawn and his contract when free agency gets here. And of course, if Luke is gone, we'll be watching head coach hirings. If he's not, we'll be watching the lottery, or even if he is, we'll wait for that to be done. June 22nd is the lottery. July 29th is the draft. There's rumors of a summer league. What is this all going to amount to? Like, I'm not really sure. I'm just hoping come next September, football season gets underway and we're watching Trey Lance throwing 5-yard out routes as my partner has been doing for the last 20 minutes.
And the zip that he has on there, the touch.
Then I just want Kings fans to be excited again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't want Kings fans going into this like, we're going to break the record this year. No, hopefully we come in with some level of excitement.
And maybe I'm in the minority. I probably am. They'd have to do a lot to have me not excited, because I'm excited for what they have here. I mean,
I know
the guys that they show. Like I said, you got to get Terrence Davis back. It is going to be interesting to see what happens with Luke first, obviously, and then the trickle down effect. I'm even to the point, like I said, there's things when I can evaluate and I can come a different angle with. Maybe you do move Harrison Barnes, because what Marshall said is 100% correct. Just as much as getting somebody this year or whatever, you have to be ready, and being ready, the opportunity to pounce may not come this offseason. May not come at the trade deadline. It may not be till another summer away. But if you bring everybody back the way you did with Harrison and Buddy, like I said, and Bobby Marks said you can do that. If Karl Anthony Towns becomes available, you're not ready to jump on that and do something. What if Minnesota says, we're open for business at the draft? Karl Anthony Towns, give me your best offers. But your money's locked up everywhere. You've already committed money to Buddy, Harrison, Marvin, all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't do that. You missed your opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to be ready. And the only way you're ready is you got to have one of the ways, that you're ready is you got to have that cap space. You can't be capped out. So a little cap space and assets is what you need.
They don't have that. They don't have the assets, though.
They kind of do. Like I said, if you went number one pick, you could even do the one and a future one.
First round pick. Oh,
yeah.
Wow. Okay.
If it to get somebody like Karl Anthony Towns.
Oh, sure. You're using that specific example. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah, one 100%. And a future one, Marvin and Harrison.
Am I looking at him wrong, or does Karl Anthony Towns need to lose a couple of pounds? Is he just a big, thick dude like that?
Yeah, I don't think he can get much smaller.
Okay.
I don't think he can get much smaller.
I just know for some reason it really stood out to me this year, and I was trying to be, not critical of it because I don't even think Karl Anthony Towns should have played basketball this year. I mean, obviously he wanted to. Let me rephrase that. I wouldn't have blamed Karl Anthony Towns for not playing basketball this year. For some reason in the last game, it really stood out to me. I was like, I don't think I've ever noticed Karl Anthony Towns was like that big before. He's a big, dude. Like he's a Shaquille O'Neal sized dude,
right?
In the sense of he's not a long, lean center. Like he's got size,
right?
He's got size. We'll get. I want to talk more about the Kings. Obviously, there's probably some other things that we could get on. Maybe some more lighthearted things. Bruh, your boy.
If you would have saw that out route that I saw, woo,
how many yards was it again? About 5.
It couldn't have been no more than 4, but still, it was nice.
And did I see that Trey Lance and Trey Sermon are working out together right now, or we're working out today?
Let's go. Y'all messed up. Y'all wanted it so bad. You Ramses out there, you wanted it so bad for us to get Mac Jones because you knew if we got that boy Trey, years to come. And your worst nightmare is here. That out. And then he dumped one off over the middle. It wasn't an out route. It was like, dump it off to the running back like 4 or 5 yards away on a line. Crisp, perfect, catchable. This boy ready.
I want Kings fans to be excited next season, as my partner is, for like a couple of strategically placed videos of a mini camp workout of Trey Lance that have emerged onto social media today. I'm thrilled 49er fans are excited, man. That's awesome. I'm glad they're out there. They're getting that work in. I'm glad it's resonating. Any out routes of Jimmy Garoppolo make the cut?
Who?
Jimmy G, guy who took it to the Super Bowl a couple years ago.
Never heard of him.
Oh, it's Trey Lance all the time now in Kenny Caraway's brain.
It's all Trey. I don't even know if Jimmy's here.
I doubt that he is.
Yeah.
It's
a rookie mini camp. So
I was gonna say I don't think so, but I thought Debo was there, and I thought Brandon Ayuk was there. So maybe they're just getting in. And Mark is right. They got Kenny hook, line, and sinker. They're reeling him in, and they're going to hold him up for the picture outside the fishing station. Check us out on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. We'll come back. We'll hit on a couple of other things, including Alex Rodriguez buying the Minnesota Timberwolves, I guess, sort of, maybe. I don't know. Is this like Shaq bought the Sacramento Kings? We'll dive into that. And the Raiders are adding what to an end zone?
Come on, man.
Plus, we had conversations about Chris Webber's future at TNT. Well, turns out that future's already been decided. We've got that next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station. It's D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
When's it? The next one's at 3:13.
No, we're done.
Oh, we only had 2 today. Gotcha,
Yeah, we're done.
Gotcha. Let me slide out real quick, man.
Yeah. All right, what's going on in here? I saw y'all were going at, was it the artist formerly known as Young Kobe? Yeah, they got him. Couple social media videos got him. He sure is. They just decided, hey man, let's just move on. Let's get it out of here. Are you sure we're 4 days away? Because I'll make a private confession to the folks hanging out on the stream today. I ain't watching tonight, man. I'll watch Sunday, but I'm gonna find something better to do with my Friday night. Not much better, but a little better. I don't want to watch that game. I'm lying. I'm so full of crap. I'm gonna wind up watching because, like, whatever. What else am I gonna do? What is happening here? You get another device that works better. Do you keep the original device in storage, or do you get rid of it because it's taking up space and not being used? I don't know. I probably get rid of it. I think, though, I do have a TV I was going to give to my mom. It's nice, like curved TV. I was going to give it to my mom, but of course, like an idiot, I had thrown away the box, so it didn't. I couldn't get it into my cart like comfortably. So I had like another TV I wasn't using. I gave her that one. It turns out I must have like sneezed on the screen and I'm being facetious. It like cracked and now it doesn't work. So the TV now just sits in my bedroom on the dresser drawer. It's like a decoration now. It's the stupidest freaking thing in the world. And just repeating that has pissed me off at the fact that I broke it. Okay, I missed the first part of your analogy. Okay, let me go back and find it. See, that's why I have no business. Oh, okay, I see you, Warren. That's why I have no business jumping into these comments here during the commercial break, because y'all are 20 messages deep into a conversation, and I'm coming in here trying to catch up. I was trying to find why y'all were going at I found it. This is why y'all are going at Young Kobe. I got you. What rightfully so. Young Kobe bugging out. Hey John, you got paid time off today, John? Just curious, because we have 54 likes. There's 70 people in here. We ain't even at the number that gets these children all giddy. Can y'all hit the thumbs up real quick, please? Just pop. Hit the thumbs up. What it does is we get more thumbs up. It serves us to people who come to YouTube later. And so like our post-show numbers go up by like hundreds. So that's a big deal. But it's cool. Like John had paid time off today and wasn't really working to get those thumbs up. So we're at 50. We're at 56. Like can we get John and Roddy 13 more? And then, we just kind of. There you go, John. Get that. Just 3 dribbles. 3 dribbles, man. That's it. There you go. Now that number's climbing. Get a few more in there.
That was funny.
And start breaking clipboards. All right. Get up there. Get up. Let's go. 9 more. 9 more for the childish squad, for Degeneration X over there. Yeah, that Ahmed Johnson picture was something. Oh,
man.
Oh, I see subscribers going up. Okay, new subscribers. Welcome to the show. Don't sweat the technique, as we here for you. 916-349-1320 if you want to talk. At D'Lo McKC, at ESPN 1320 if you want to tweet. twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320 if you want to watch and jump in the chat house. Chat house definitely got them Friday feels, so get in there and have a conversation with us. A couple of other things. We can get back to the Kings and kind of just throw the dirt on the season, and Monday will be an interesting day. We'll be on alert. I don't know what Monday's going to bring, but D'Lo and KC will be ready.
We're always ready.
D'Lo and KC, yeah, we'll be ready no matter what. So, and I know you all know what I'm talking about. Should something happen that's not between the hours of 12 and 4, don't worry, we got you.
Maybe this is your Mac Jones. Maybe you'll like.
Are the Kings about to get Trey Lance on Monday? Is that what you're saying? Trey Lance to get Mac Jones or Trey Lance on Monday?
Maybe you'll be the one with the reaction.
Yeah, I could.
I'm happy for my partner.
No, that's not true. I'm not going to celebrate Luke's firing. If Luke is fired, I'm not going to celebrate his firing. I absolutely won't. That's a bad look. I won't do that. I'm not going to be sad about it. I'm not going to be upset about it, but I'm not going to celebrate it.
You're going to be like Ice-T when Nino Brown got shot in the courtroom. You just kind of saw it, put his glasses on, turn the other way.
That's it. Solid reference right there. Solid.
Find that clip. I would use that a lot on Twitter, but I can't. I'd have to like literally watch the movie.
I could probably make one. Yeah, I can probably make one
because it's a classic. Like somebody would be like, "Oh no, the Warriors got eliminated in the play-in round," and I just put that up there.
We're absolutely making that happen. We're making a GIF out of Ice-T watching Nino Brown go down. That's a good call right there. We can make a GIF out of Chris Webber going down. Chris. We've talked a couple of times about Chris Webber and TNT. What the plans were for the offseason. Well, the offseason's now. Chris and TNT, they're done. I think this was to the New York Times. According to the New York Times, yeah, Chris Webber and TNT, they've just taken up it. Hey,
so he's not even going to do the playoffs?
No, he's out. It's over. Marv and Reggie were together the other night. I don't even think I paid attention to that.
I didn't even pay attention to the fact that it's always Chris and Marv. I guess it is, but Chris said. I'm not even giving you 2 weeks. I'm out.
No, and I guess this had been brewing for a while. I don't know if it's I don't know. It would have been, I would have been fascinated to know what TNT did in the offseason. Like, was TNT going, man, we really need Chris back. Like, we got to make sure we lock Chris up to a long-term deal. He's got all of these other things going on. Was he at Howard?
Yeah,
I can't
Morehouse.
He's at Morehouse. Okay. Yeah, he's got all these other things going on. We got to make sure we lock him up. And
maybe that's why Chris did what he did. He knew they weren't going to do that, so he's like,
absolutely.
Before you guys can say anything about me. Once again, I'll still say he didn't bother me that much.
Chris doesn't bother me either.
Yeah.
I don't like when he relays the rules wrong. Chris doesn't bother me. Reggie, for some reason, Reggie bothers me. I don't know. Reggie bothers me.
Reggie's so corny. I don't have a problem with it.
Like, have you ever, like, Reggie does he does or did a weekly on the Dan Patrick, the Dan Patrick show. And it's cheesy. Like, it's every bit as cheesy as you'd expect. That's just what Reggie is.
I actually kind of like his little stupid Wendy's commercials.
Yeah, those are fine. And we got these tweets too, and Jesse's confirming this. Reggie did some play-by-play yesterday because apparently Marv lost his connection. So Reggie, can you imagine that? Reggie Miller like calling the game. Yeah, Kevin Harlan, Mike Breen, Reggie Miller. Wow. That's a tough situation. Like, I applaud him. I won't.
Says Reggie be saying some stuff so confidently and will be completely wrong. Like when, Damien?
The state of Chicago? No, the state of Illinois. Oh, I was gonna say. I have not loaded that into the sound bank as I should have, but that will absolutely live on the D'Lo and KC sound bank for a very, very long time.
I don't think, I'm trying to think, is there any announcers or analysts that I really can't stand? I don't think there is any. There's some that I see are a little different. Like, I loved Hubie Brown growing up.
Oh yeah,
loved Hubie Brown.
Oh yeah.
And I don't mean this disrespectfully at all, but he's not the same Huey Brown.
He's got to be in his 80s.
Yeah. He's out there, trying to do it, but he's not the same Huey Brown as he was, 10, 15 years ago.
I think Doug, absolutely 100% the same with Marv. I've always been a big fan of Doug Collins.
I like Doug Collins too.
I really, really like Doug Collins on the call.
Pat Beverly grew up in suburban Chicago. He led the state in scoring as a senior in high school. Went to Arkansas, yes.
He led the state of Chicago in
State of
scoring.
Illinois.
Oh, okay. About to say.
That will never not be funny. That will absolutely never not be hilarious.
Beverly grew up in suburban Chicago. He led the state in scoring as a senior in high school. Went to Arkansas, yes.
He led the state of Chicago in
State of
scoring.
Illinois.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. I was going to say. Oh, man.
Oh, man.
All-time favorite right there. I don't know what Chris Webber's broadcasting. I can't even, like, that stands out. Does Chris Webber, I know he, I know he, like, really butchered Bogdan Bogdanovich's name.
Oh, yeah, he had some issues with Bogdanovich. The thing that stands out to me the most is Chris Webber on the call in Sacramento. The day something KJ was there and some vote had happened and it was in favor of what trying to keep the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like the final thing, but it was
I think I know where you're going. Mm-hmm.
And KJ's on there and they're like, yeah, we're doing some things right now. It's we've still got a long road ahead, but we had a big vote today that really helped us out. And then Chris comes on and he goes, yeah, it looked like the vote went the complete other way. I'm not really sure what KJ's talking about, just trying to keep the optimism or whatever. But yeah, the vote that happened today, it really put a damper on anything that could happen. And I'm just sitting there like, Chris. What are you talking about? Mm-hmm. And not to mention that, but Chris always positioned himself as somebody that was really locked in with what was going on.
Yeah.
And it seemed like it couldn't have been farther from the truth.
I pulled up Chris Webber on Twitter and just went to the video section just to see what fun clips may come up. Well, I don't even know what the context is. The one that keeps coming up is the Jacob Blake one. That's the one that
was a shining moment.
100%. I'm not sure what this is, but let's all find out together.
Go. This is what he's talking about. We can use the word aggressive many times. It's almost like how the Smurfs use the word Smurf. It can mean a million different things, but really what it means is push the pedal. Do not settle when you're down 19 to the Lakers. Go.
It's like the Smurfs using the word Smurf.
Wait, what? Where did I need an expo? I don't even.
No, run it back. I need that again.
I don't understand what's happening.
Go. This is what he's talking about. We can use the word aggressive many times. It's almost like how the Smurfs use the word Smurf. It can mean a million different things, but really what it means is push the pedal. Do not settle when you're down 19 to the Lakers.
Okay. That's from the bubble last year, I guess. Yes, Chris
man.
Oh, we've okay. This one is labeled Chris Webber's Macho Man impression.
You know how many whoopings I got growing up? DDT and my brothers in the living room.
Yeah. who was your guy?
Oh yeah, Macho Man, Randy Savage. Yeah. Those were the days, boy.
Oh, Christopher. That was the bubble last year. Boy, they was really just trying to find ways to get through the bubble, man. It was, oh, man.
Oh, Chris. Man, oh, man.
This is terrible.
You guys are going to miss Chris when he's gone.
This is terrible. Okay. There are other things we got to talk about. We got to get back to the Kings. I've got to get an explanation as to what the Raiders are doing. I need to know what this video is because it says Chris Webber gone, need Reggie Miller out next. And I'm just dying to see what Reggie Miller is going to say on this clip. Oh, they're chanting. It's the crowd chanting Reggie sucks. That's all it was. That's fine. I was ready for that one. That's a disappointment. The Macho Man impression, not bad. All right.
Yeah.
None of those are the state of Chicago, though. Nothing beats the state of Chicago for me.
No. This was an all-timer right here by John Bull. This was
Oh, that's
no, don't do this, Curtis. Don't do this.
Yes. Chris Webber screaming at Grant Napier was fantastic. Grant pleading, no, Chris, no. Don't do this. Don't hang up, Chris. I'm telling you, don't hang up, Chris. Chris, don't hang up. Don't hang up. Oh, man.
Oh, man. Chris Webber, anytime you want to come on, KC.
Bro, I'll stand on an island alone. Chris didn't bother me. Reggie,
not alone. I'm there with you.
Well, me and you, we could stand on that. The truth is, we want Chris. We had an idea for Chris that I don't know. We just got to figure out who to pitch it to.
Yeah,
but we have an idea. Hey, come do afternoon radio in Sacramento. It's not what you think, as you're well aware of. It's not what you think.
That was an all-time moment. That was
people. I feel like people ride Chris a little bit too hard. Like I think Chris is justifiably, or maybe not is, but was justifiably frustrated for if I don't know how the whole Shaquille O'Neal thing came into play. I don't know if it was just directly to Shaq. I don't know if Shaq is a bigger name nationally, but I had always heard that played a part in Chris's frustrations with the organization after Vivek bought it. And in that situation, I think I would understandably be frustrated. Like Chris was always the guy. Shaq was the nemesis. Sacramento Queens, like there was no, and then now look, what Shaq do here? I don't know what Chris would be doing, but Shaq don't do anything.
Right. I mean, I get it too. I just, I don't want him to let bygones be bygones, man. I want to see Chris back here a lot more involved with the Kings organization. Maybe not involved with the Kings organization, but I want to see him courtside. You know what I'm saying? I want to see him getting standing O's all the time.
I'd like to see him involved in the community. Come on. The organization would be cool, but all of the stuff he's doing outside of basketball is far more important than TNT. Yes. It's far more important than having nothing more than a token ownership. Or whatever this is. And what is A-Rod? Like A-Rod's group buys the Timberwolves. Like how much? Like I know A-Rod made money as a Yankee, but he ain't make $1.5 billion. He's like he's the face of a group. Like what is this? Like Alex Rodriguez group bought the Timberwolves. Is that akin to saying Shaquille O'Neal bought the Sacramento Kings? Dwayne Wade
a bit more than that.
Just bought the Utah Jazz.
I say it's a little bit more than both of them. That's my guess. That's my guess. I could be wrong.
I mean, I don't know when you make. I mean, he made a lot of money. When you make the amount of money that Alex Rodriguez made, you should have people who will quadruple that number for you, whether it's in the market or it's in other investments. You hire the right people. Alex Rodriguez, it strikes me as one of those guys who has the right people around him in terms of business, in terms of stuff like that. But again, I'd be fascinated to know how much of an owner Alex Rodriguez is with this group. Again, Minnesota Timberwolves, we were just talking about ownership. We were just talking about franchise evaluations a couple of days ago. Timberwolves in Minnesota went for $1.5 million. Billion. Sorry. $1.5 billion.
Whew. Minnesota
Kings went for what? 500 million?
500 million. Yep.
Bucks shortly thereafter was a little over 6.
Yeah.
I think 1.5 for Minnesota.
Table though, huh? What do you think?
Well,
New Orleans will be next.
Well, I don't feel like the New Orleans owner is relatively new.
Well, I mean, it's the family, I think. It's the family of Benson.
Okay.
And they said, so it's like his daughter or something like that, or his widow. I'm not sure. They've said a couple different times that they're not selling. but I don't know.
Didn't say we weren't moving, though. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2, Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. That's my man's and them, Kenny Caraway.
Yeah.
I'm Damian Barling. Appreciate you hanging out with us here on this Friday. We'll get back to the Kings here in just a heartbeat. If you want to be a part of the show, 916-349-1320. Or, as we like to mention regularly, Twitch and YouTube. Check out the ESPN 1320 channels there. Subscribe, like, follow, all of that good stuff. Hall of Fame ceremony. You gonna watch KG and Tim Duncan and
yeah.
Ultimately, I think it's gonna be Vanessa doing the.
Well, I'm not sure if I'm gonna watch it live, but I'm definitely gonna watch it. I'm definitely gonna see it and see all these guys get enshrined. And unfortunately, with Kobe and Mike Jordan there and everything. So, yeah, definitely gonna check that out.
Yeah, we'll see how. Michael Jordan and Vanessa Bryant were incredible at the celebration, back in February. So, anxious to see what this winds up looking like, and obviously just a phenomenal class with KG, Tim Duncan, and Kobe Bryant all going into the Hall tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mentioned this one. Pay it off. The Raiders are putting a nightclub in the end zone.
Excuse me.
So as I have read this, the Raiders are putting a nightclub. Of course, new stadiums. You got to have the new hotness. The Raiders are putting a nightclub in the end zone of their new stadium. It's an 11,000 square foot Wynn Field Club. Wynn is in the hotel. Wynn is in the resorts. It's in the north end zone of the $2 billion stadium. It'll have everything you'd expect from a high-end nightclub in Las Vegas. The space includes premium bottle service, 2 DJ booths that will feature acts from Wynn's DJ roster, 42 televisions, a 9-foot by 35-foot LED screen, and a 45,000-watt sound system.
Okay, so
it's at a football game.
Right. Like I was just trying to figure this whole thing out. So they got 2 DJs, they got all this going on.
Yep.
This means you can go to the club not during the game, correct?
That
you can't possibly be doing all this during the game.
Not how I took it.
3rd and 3, ball on the 35. Derek Carr coming out of the huddle, and you got a little baby playing in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. They're doing too much, man. They're doing too much.
Well, Atlanta, the new spot, is it Atlanta?
Yeah, they got
the barbershop.
They got the barbershop. They got the bar.
That only works in Atlanta, by the way. It only works in Atlanta. It doesn't work anywhere else.
Maybe DC.
I've been to some Wizards. I think it only works in Atlanta. we'll see. Maybe DC, but Atlanta, it's a home run.
Yeah.
So you're not down with the Winfield Club?
I mean, the idea, the concept of it is cool or whatever, but when you talk about reality, what are we doing?
Well, isn't there a beach? What was it? Is it Jacksonville or?
Yeah, they got a pool. Weirdos. And then in Miami.
Kenny. Oh, that's right. Kenny hates water. Of course, he didn't want a pool at a stadium.
I don't know if I hate water. I want to do our.
You're fearful of water.
The stadium club or whatever it's called in Vegas. Do our show from there.
I know you do.
That's a pool.
Okay.
So yeah, but Miami started this though. The Miami Marlins, they started this. They put the Clevelander in left field. Remember that? Well, it's still probably there.
What is the Clevelander again?
It's like, we'll see. It can be used as a club. I'm sure it's like a club experience, but it's really a restaurant.
Okay.
But they kind of pass it off as a club. It's in left field, like left field wall. They hit a home run, they'll knock over somebody's bottle of Luke Belaire.
Okay.
Like they're right there.
Better not be the blue one.
It's right there. So there's that. But I when I heard about this, do you have a favorite quirk at a stadium or arena?
No.
I'm not mad at Atlanta's.
The barbershop?
Yeah, I'm not mad at the barbershop.
See, no, because like one, you can't go to the barbershop for like a cut. You can go to the barbershop for like a lineup. Like you go to the game, you can get a lineup real quick. You can't go to You got hair on your neck, like if your barber used the little thing to make sure the line is hot, make sure it's lined up properly. Man, you can't. You can go sit on the court after that. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing the run by at the barbershop. And then is the barbershop open during non-game hours?
I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out that with the Raiders nightclub.
You just can't go, jumping from barbershop chair to barbershop chair. That's not what we do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You have one barber.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have more than one, you're cheating on one. We don't do that.
Can't do that, man.
Absolutely can't do that.
Shout out to my man June. We're always making sure Reese looks fly. You know what I'm saying? So shout out June Dubrand. But the other thing about that is, would we consider? I don't know, these new arenas. They probably all got them like that. Will we consider that thing at the top of the catwalk in Golden?
Yeah. What's it called? Sierra Nevada.
Yeah, something like.
Yeah.
Is that a quirk, or does everybody kind of have that?
I think you do.
I feel like it's a bit of a quirk. Like you're watching the game from the bar. Like a
lot of people watch from that area too.
Yes, I've gone up there.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, that's probably a quirk. Like I'm trying to think of places that have it. I mean, I don't know. There's all sorts of stuff like off the court,
right?
You know what I mean? There's all sorts of stuff there. Yeah, that bar area could be considered a little quirk, I guess.
Yeah.
I feel like the Golden One Center is so open, though. That's one of the great things about it.
Unbelievably open. It's more open than probably any other arena.
100%. Like 100%. And then that area where the NBC table is, where it's just where the broadcast crew is, where that broadcast crew is, at least, it's just completely open right there. I think that's awesome. Like you never miss anything as you're roaming around or making your way from place to place.
I think we have talked about this before. I don't think there's a better arena in all the NBA. I've been to Chase Center. I haven't been to Pfizer Forum. I heard that's really, really nice. But I mean, I've been to Chase Center. Chase Center is it feels like a hotel. Like how we walk into Golden One and you talk about open, you walk in, you see everything. The complete opposite. You literally have to be like at your seat to see the court or the arena in Chase Center. Everything else, there's walls all over the place. I'm not gonna say it's terrible, but it's no.
Now we just need better basketball.
That's all we need.
That's all we need, man. Better basketball at one of the most beautiful arenas in the league. So we'll talk more about that. We'll spend the next 45 minutes or so. We're going to go commercial free till the top of the 4 o'clock hour. We'll try to fix everything. Before we leave today, we'll try to fix everything.
I got a King's question for you. And I want to know how far you're willing to go for this guy. Okay. I want to know. There's a guy that I have in mind. How far are you willing to go? Because I'm questioning myself. I might be willing to go a little farther than other people were willing to go.
I'm not sure if you're recognizing how weird this tease is. Like I'm not like when the show is over, I want you to run this moment back at like 3:11, 3:10, and I want you to have a good realization of how strange everything you just said was.
Is it more strange than Shaq getting a cramp out of Charles Barkley's leg? Is it more strange than Ahmed Johnson's photo shoot?
It's yes, more strange than that. Less strange than your odd Harrison Barnes remark from a couple of days ago that we'll just let live in the vault there. If you want to watch the final 45 minutes of the show, you can. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Kenny will pay that off. How far is he able to want to go for this particular player? We'll find out who that is, and we will fix all of the Kings' problems in the next 45 minutes. Guarantee. Yes. D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. We can let that go. We kind of slipped a little bit in that segment. Tell them we'll get them next time. I'll be right back.
Okay. Let's see. Interesting what John Bull and Young Cole were talking about. Chris, whether he had good intentions, he might have had good intentions, but he completely botched how he relayed the information on the relocation saga. Sorry, Chad. I'm getting caught up on some of these things you guys are talking about. John Bull, Young Kobe. Wait a minute. Bobby, come on. come on. Yeah, an errant end zone pass into the nightclub is all bad. Yeah, I do remember that. That was one quirk. I remember that. That was like the first quirk. Diamondbacks putting that pool in your right center field. Petco. I mean, essentially that little meat company building or whatever. That's like I'm sure that's part of Petco, but it's like another company. Like it's you buy. I don't know how to explain it, but that's a pretty cool little quirk. Plus, they have a little sandbox out there. Watching something behind center field in Petco, that's pretty cool. Oracle Park, the right field, being on the water or walking that little catwalk and watching through the fence or whatever, that's a quirk right there. I don't even know why this made me laugh. Make it close center court. People love center court.
He closed center court because it was the right thing to do.
Sierra Nevada Drought's house.
Is that what it's called? Really?
Yeah.
I thought it was called the Sierra Nevada.
Yeah. Assembly and Rush. What is that?
Rush, I think, is one of the like VIP rooms.
Those are really cool. I haven't done that for a Kings game, but me and Jazz went to the Chris Brown concert, and we have floor seats. And part of being in the floor seats is you go to it kind of ruined me. Like I've always got it. At least go to one center.
Yeah,
got to have the floor seats.
Yeah.
After that.
Yeah. Want to get back to the Kings here right now, but do want to mention the WNBA season gets underway tonight. Shout out to the Washington Mystics. They get their season underway tomorrow. I'll be rooting for Mike Tebow all year long. I'll be rooting for that crew in Washington with Elena Deladon and Tina Charles. Going to be so many great teams. They're opening up at 10 a.m. on ABC tomorrow against Candace Parker and the Chicago Sky. That's going to take some getting used to, but Chicago is going to be really good this year. Las Vegas is going to be really good this year. Washington is going to be really good this year. Spoiler alert, the defending champions are going to be really good this year in the Seattle Storm. So if you've never really got down with a WNBA season from the start, this is going to be a great one to do it because there's going to be a lot of great basketball here over the course of the next couple of months in that league.
Who's your favorite team?
Why it is Washington. As long as Mike's coaching, it's going to be Washington. I wouldn't tell him this. I love the Aces though.
I love the Aces.
The Las Vegas Aces team is loaded. Like I don't know how the Aces aren't one of the final two teams. Like they're just loaded. But again, the league is small. Like the league is so small, so most of the teams are loaded.
Yeah. But I mean, we always want them to add one more.
Oh
yeah.
sure. No, you got to add two more. I don't care where the other one goes, but Sacramento needs to be
absolutely. But I love
last time the Kings were in the playoffs, by the way, the Monarchs were in the NBA finals, the WNBA finals.
Well, we got to get them back ASAP. That's the answer right there. We got to get them back ASAP.
Been going a long time.
I'd say that to say, I love where the league is at. I feel like there's good teams, good players all over the place, multiple good players on these teams, man. So I'm a really dive in, like, because of the way the WNBA got, they kind of get the short end of the stick because, it's kind of tough for them to have their season during the playoffs, during the NBA playoffs, right? So there's only so much basketball one can watch and be locked into. So it's going to be kind of tough for them, but I'm a really dive in from the start this year. I really am, because by the time I can really dive in, it's usually the playoffs. So I'm gonna dive in from the start. I think I don't have a team. I think it's gonna be the Aces, though.
Yeah, that's a good one to pick. But I'll be anxious to watch all of these teams that get underway over the course of the next couple of days. So as we were headed to break there, you hit me with something regarding the Kings. Regarding a particular player, I need you to. You set this up beautifully, partner. Like, what are we talking about here? Because we're going to aim for the next 40 minutes or so to fix all the Kings' problems. If you want to fix their problems as well, you can get at us 916-349-1320. Of course, twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and the ESPN 1320 YouTube channel.
I know some people were thoroughly pissed off by this young man. And this isn't the first time I've seen him and thought this is just confirmation. But man, what I wouldn't do to have Dillon Brooks playing shooting guard for the Sacramento Kings. That guy is every single thing this club is missing. He is the perfect two guard, small forward, whatever you want to call him, for this team in this roster. And I sat back and I'm like, man, what could I entice Memphis with if I wanted to pry him away? I don't know if it's much. I'm assuming, because I saw something where I gotta figure out where it was and listen to it and figure out their whole situation. But they talked about Memphis kind of being in a situation where they got to make a decision with Dillon Brooks, not necessarily because he's not under contract, because he's under contract for another 2 years or so. But there's something about some of the contracts they have coming up, cap room, if they want to like really go after somebody, because they're going to have a lot of cap room and a lot of assets to really make a move over somebody big. And to do that, you got to figure out what you want to do with Dillon Brooks. There was something to the effect of maybe he might be available in a trade, possibly free agency. But I thought back and I said, man, how can I entice the Memphis Grizzlies? So where would you go for Dillon Brooks? Is it crazy? Is this probably does sound crazy. Would I be crazy to say Harrison Barnes in this year's first round pick for Dillon Brooks?
So could Dillon replace Harrison in that 3 role?
I think he could.
Because I feel like you're always trying to add more guards. And if I had to pick a position that the Kings don't really need to add, it's guards. Certainly not a starting one when I want Tyrese Halliburton in that starting position next year.
Yeah.
And I don't want to go like make this big acquisition for, all right, buddy. No, not buddy. All right, new player. You're playing behind Tyrese and De'Aaron. We just made this big acquisition to let you be the 6th man. So if you're telling me he could fill in at the 3 role and be really effective there, okay. I mean, okay.
I think you can go 3 guard lineup.
How old is he? Because you're going for CJ.
No more than 26. Let me see.
Okay.
Just have it.
Okay, look that up. Let's get Ramsey here. You look up Dillon Brooks' age, and we'll get to Ramsey.
25.
Okay. See, I like that better than going after 30-year-olds and 31-year-olds and all that stuff. 916-349-1320. I like that. I like that, but with a caveat. What's up, Ramsey?
Not too much. We've seen I've just missed it, but was on that WNBA topic. I got a question. Did either one of you gentlemen get a chance to watch 144 last night?
No, that's the Janae Abumake documentary, and no, I haven't got a chance to see it. I was locked into basketball, but I'm definitely anxious to watch that.
You've got to. I watched it last night late after the Kings came. It's deep, but she did her thing.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. We'll check that out. They
did a lot of illustration of the bubble with not just who would be considered, as everybody knows, the main players, but with some of the complementary players as well.
Okay. Are you in a top secret meeting and you snuck out to call it? Oh, okay.
I see
how that goes.
Yeah, I don't. But
I want to ask you what you think about that Dillon Brooks situation.
I think that's giving up too much. I think that'd be giving up Harrison Carter, be giving up too much for Dillon Brooks.
You think so? I think Dillon might be a little better.
I wouldn't give up that much.
So not the first round pick. It's Harrison Barnes that will give you the pause.
Yes.
All right. Okay. We appreciate you, Ramsey. Get back to being a dad.
Yeah.
I always know Ramsey got something going on because he come in here and
Ramsey a little Big Al to him.
He's got the voice like he at work and he snuck away to make a call. So it's important. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Seeing this a lot in the chat. He's one of those annoying players. He's a pest. Like are we talking like a Patrick Beverly guy, like a guy who get in your skin, a guy who frustrates you?
Oh.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I definitely don't hate it.
I loved everything Dillon Brooks did last night. Y'all thought I loved Mikhailo.
I do want to point something out to you.
Brooks did last night. I loved.
I do want to point something out. He shot the ball 28 times.
He did shoot the ball a lot.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you don't care, I don't care. I was just pointing it out. He shot the ball 28 freaking times.
Look, you saw a couple of different times. I forgot who it was early. Well, it was Justin James at first, and he was torching John Morant. And Dillon Brooks said, "Switch is made now. I'm shutting off the water." And he went and he got Justin James full court. Didn't even have to be told. He just did it. And then he did it again to somebody else. Maybe it was Terrence Davis. Maybe it was Justin James again. Or it was Buddy Hield or something.
It was someone in a Kings uniform.
It was definitely someone in a Kings uniform shorter than 6'7".
Okay.
I think it was Buddy, because there was a time when Buddy had the ball and Dillon Brooks was guarding him. And these are moments that I have that are reserved for somebody like Kawhi or even Draymond. Certain times it's like, don't go there. He's guarding him. He's guarding Buddy. Like, just stop. Go away from Buddy. Go away from him, because there's times when guys like that can get locked in on a defensive end. Like a shooter who's on fire, the defender can get locked in and you're just not getting by him. And I think it was Buddy. And I was like, no, go away from Buddy right now. Pass him, and I don't want that smoke.
That's funny. I'm watching right now. Like, I pulled up a Dillon Brooks clip right now, and he's the one who contested. He contested a Buddy three, brought it up. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Yeah,
Harrison in the first though.
Look, it sounds crazy. I get it, because I think around the league, people would probably say, you're out of your mind giving up a first for Dillon Brooks. You maybe the Harrison thing works or whatever. I understand that. But man, for this team,
this is one of those situations where it's not where you're starting, but you're willing to go that far is what you're saying.
I think so.
Okay.
But I got to talk to my guy who covers the Grizzlies, and I got to figure out what's going on with that with Dillon Brooks, man, because he's everything.
In one of these scenarios that you seem to come up with one weekly, and I love it. It's great stuff to talk about. Can you come up with one for a big dude, maybe? I know you have that's not fair. You have the Siakam one. Siakam is a big guy.
One.
We floated. It doesn't sound like anything is gonna take place with Karl Anthony Towns, though we've had discussions with that about before. But it feels like whether you retain Rashawn or not, you probably need to add a big body. Like, it's great to have Damian Jones. And I guess, well, again, as we're trying to fix all of the problems, the first thing we have to do is point out all of the problems. So what's going to happen with Rashawn Holmes and what's going to happen with Marvin Bagley? Like that's currently the starting front court.
Mm-hmm.
So what's going to happen with those guys? Because I would argue with the front court players that you have now, you need either upgrades or additions.
Yes.
Even as it stands. Yeah. Like, it's great. Like, I like Damon Jones. I like Chimezi. I like those guys. They're great. You need a bigger physical body. And we saw that with Valanciunas last night.
Well,
Valanciunas he's a big body. He had his way with the Kings.
He went to work on them.
And it's hard to be like, it's not like he went to work on them, a couple of months ago where he was, with the play with Chimezi Metu. Like, no, he worked in this game, and he used that big physical size to kind of just bully around this front court. And it's hard to be mad at them because he's significantly bigger. You had already lost Rashawn Holmes at this point, and that's what the Kings lack, in my opinion.
No, I agree. Would you?
That's one of the things the Kings lack. I shouldn't say that's the only thing they're missing. No, that's not what I meant.
Would you? I'm gonna give you some big guys. Would you throw the bag at Andre Drummond this year?
The bag?
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. I would love. I would absolutely. I would not mind having Andre Drummond here at all. But the bag? No. No. Like, I'd make him an offer if I have the money to do it. I'd make him an offer.
Move on from Bagley. Save that $11 million. Don't Rashawn.
But no. See, you made that too simple. Something's got to come back in return for Marvin.
Well,
it's not like just the money's gone. Like maybe you can find a way to move on from $6 million of it or $7 million of it from it. But it's not like you're moving on. You're not moving on from 11. But Andre's only 27 years old, 28 years old.
Crazy. That's crazy. It feels like he's been around for so much longer. But yeah, I don't know. I think of him. See, the big guy market is a lot different. I'm of the belief that the Kings don't need what I feel they need on the perimeter. That's why I'm always looking on the perimeter. They need a big time scorer, a big time defender, somebody that can create their own shot. I think that's what they're missing. Big guys, like, I don't want to make it this simplistic, but I mean, if you could throw somebody in there like an Alex Lynn, you could live off that.
Boy, Kings fans have really grown to love Alex Lynn.
He's solid. He's
played here for like 4 days.
He was effective.
I'm not saying that he wasn't, but man, the amount of times I see Alex Lynn's name in a tweet or he's brought up on this show
because they shouldn't let him go. They shouldn't have let him go.
Who did that? Who did that?
I think it was Monty.
Bad luck. Strike on Monty then. Though, I mean, what's Alex Lynn's incentive to? Where is Alex? Is Alex Lynn in? Where is he?
He's in Washington.
That's
Jesse asked, "What about Daniel Tice?"
See, he's trying to unload. See, he's trying to fix his Celtics. He's not worried about the Kings. Jesse, you're not slick. I know you think it's Friday and you're going to slide that one in there. Settle down.
Oh, he got traded in the who got traded with the Bulls and the Celtics? Didn't they do a trade?
Oh, that's who it was.
That's what
you did. Yeah, you got Mo back. That's right. Yeah. That's right.
Tice.
Oh man, you talk about oh. I guess, like, what is the price for all of these guys?
Low, hopefully. That's why you would go after them. That's my whole point. The high price, Dylan Brooks, is going to cost you. I can go get a Tice anywhere.
I guess you're right. That's fine. I wonder what. That's fine. That's fine.
Well, yeah, Andre Drummond is going to cost you too.
But is he? I was just thinking, like really.
Yeah. So okay, I'm gonna answer that question with a question. You think he makes significantly more than Rashawn Holmes?
No.
Okay.
No.
I feel like he does, but you could be right.
No,
like,
you mean, do I think he'll get a contract offer significant? I don't think so.
Right. All right. You could be right. You could be right. Because off the top of my head, I'm like, he's about to get paid. But it might be around that $15-16 million a year.
I mean, I don't know. But I don't know what the downside is to him. Like he's like 17 and he was 17 and 13, I think, when he was traded. I have no idea, or when he was sat.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea what he is now.
Man, I would really like Andre Drummond here. Really would. I don't know if I want
that's such an interesting that's so fascinating to think about. Rashawn Holmes at 28 versus Andre Drummond at 27 or 28. I'll look it up. In the free agent market this offseason.
Yeah. Andre Drummond is
27.
He's 17 and a half, 13 rebounds, and a block and a half a night.
That's on the season?
Yeah.
Or is, okay.
2020, 2021 stats. And now I'm at Hoops Hype. Maybe they don't have like today, what the stats are, but at some point this year he was 17 and a half, 13 and a half.
Okay.
Serge Ibaka is going to be a free agent.
Sad.
Well, he's got a player option, so he'll probably re-sign with the Clippers, I would think.
And maybe you're right, though. Maybe bigs aren't valuable. Maybe because we've talked about the Charlotte. I think Toronto was a team that came up as it pertains to Rashawn Holmes.
Mm-hmm.
I are they in the Andre Drummond market too? Are they just in the market for a big man? Like Andre's, they're not the same. Like Rashawn and Andre Drummond aren't the same. Mm-hmm. But if you just want a big body who can get you point, like I like Drummond, like he could do it. He could absolutely do it. I don't know that he has the same flair that Rashawn does.
Yeah.
But you just laid it out. What'd you say? 17 and a half, 13 and a half?
Yeah. Yeah. 17 and a half, 13 and a half. I don't know. I mean, I feel like that. And then you're going to probably have to, deal with two spots, dealing with the power forward spot and dealing with the center spot. But if you bring Mo Harkless back, maybe you could play him at the 4. I like playing Mo Harkless at the 4 more than Harrison Barnes.
Sure.
So maybe that's the movie making. Then also it depends on what you have coming back. Maybe you have a guy that can play the 4 coming back.
You're talking about in a Harrison deal or a Bagley deal?
In a Bagley deal.
I got you.
Yeah.
Many of the unanswered questions. Rashawn Holmes this offseason, what does he command when free agency gets underway? Where did the Kings land in the draft lottery come June 22nd? Unfortunately, these conversations are being had today rather than a Monday. We were hoping for a completely different tone of show today, with tonight's game being the latest in a line of biggest games of the season. Unfortunately, last night was the one, and the final 3 minutes shut it down for the Sacramento Kings as they led 110-104 and never scored another basket. That was just kind of that was the wrap for them. They wound up losing 116-110, and that's perhaps the most frustrating part. Again, headed into it, we knew, and again, to protect ourselves a little bit, they're going to lose. Like, this is going to be the one. Like, it's fine. It's whatever. We had a good run. We wanted meaningful games late in the season. We got them, blah, 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 blah. But when you see the Knicks come back, like the Knicks were getting it handed to them by the San Antonio Spurs. When you realize, that getting closer. They're down 3, 4. Look at that. It's tied. Fourth quarter started. The Knicks have taken the lead. Okay, Knicks wind up getting, what was I think a 3 or 4 point win or something like that.
Yeah, speaking of, may or may not have put a couple dollars on the spread being Knicks -5. They won by 4.
Okay. There you go.
It's moments like that when I believe there's credence to what my buddy says when he says everything is fixed. Everything is fixed.
Or credence in what your partner says when he says, don't gamble. And as all that was happening, all that took place, the Knicks game ended and the Kings were up, I think it was 6 at the time. They were leading by 6 with 3 minutes left.
I can tell you officially, Damien, I saw the end of the Knicks game. I said, cool. Knicks did what they had to do. Turn it on to the Kings game. They're up. They're up 5. They kick it to Jamezi on the wing to shoot that 3. And my boy Freeport, splash. Yak. Go up 99-91. I said, they about to do this. Let's go. And they had a couple more moments after that, but that was
brutal.
As soon as I turned that channel, Freeport was stroking that thing. I was like, oh, let's go. No.
Yeah, it just didn't happen for them, man. It didn't happen. They played so well for 45-ish, 46 minutes. I have Synergy pulled up right now. I have the game in front of me right now. There's 2 minutes left. They're up 110 to 109. The game it's falling apart at this point. Like, it is just completely falling apart. We've seen a bad Buddy 3. We've seen a bad Chimezi Metu 3. We saw, I think it was a bad Terrence Davis 3. We saw, and this is the one that was killing everybody. Buddy took 2 bad threes in that stretch, by the way. Not picking on Buddy, it's just what happened. The shot clock violation, dude. The shot clock violation was a killer. So when they went up 110 to 104, you had Buddy took 2 bad contested threes, or I don't, maybe one of them wasn't bad. One of them was really, really bad. The other one was just kind of long. Metu 3, Terrence Davis 3, and that freaking shot clock violation.
And everybody's got to wear that one, man. You know, I said earlier,
Luke got to wear it. DeLon got to wear it. All 5 players on the court got to wear that.
I said the players need to know. They need to know. They need to know. Yo, this is what's going on. But at the same time, I will say, Luke, that has to be like the last 5 things that Luke says coming out of the huddle. We've got 9 on the shot clock. We've got 9 on the shot clock. Rex Galamian, Alvin Gentry, Rico Hines, Lindsey. We've got 9 on it. Everybody has to know.
Yeah.
We've got 9 on the shot clock. How many? There's probably 22 guys on that bench between the players and the coaches. Yeah. Everybody has to know 9 on the shot clock. So everybody got to wear that one, man. Everybody.
Worst part of it, Buddy's shot went in.
It did.
Buddy's shot just hit the bottom of the net.
Right?
It's like, you've got to be kidding me.
I think they were down 4. That would have cut it to 1. Yeah, that's tough.
Again, like, if you had told me before the show started, like, hey, the Kings are going to lose this game. All right, that's fine. But the way that it played out is the reason that it sucks so bad, is because despite the fact that Rashawn Holmes left in the second quarter, despite the fact that we all knew De'Aaron wasn't there, Tyrese wasn't there, all of those, Marvin Bagley, everybody wasn't there. They still were in position to win. They played well enough to win that game. And someone asked us, I think it was Danny asked us, Danny in San Francisco asked us, like, do you think someone, like, said in the huddle, do you think someone mentioned the Knicks loss? Do you think someone asked, like, hey, did the Knicks win? Did someone see it on the scoreboard and the entire team froze up? Which I don't know why there would be a reason to why there would be a reason to freeze up, because you would have had to have done the same thing tonight.
Right.
Like, everything that happened last night, you would have needed to happen again tonight. So there was no reason to freeze up. There was no reason to get nervous.
Right.
Because you would have had to have done it again. Not only would you have had to do it again, you would have had to have done it 2 more times. Now, if we're at Sunday and you're playing the Utah Jazz and the same situation is happening and someone says, hey, the Spurs just lost, like, for the 12th time in 14 games, we could win this thing, then I get how you get nervous. But given the fact that you would have had to have done this a couple of more times, I just think they executed poorly and they didn't communicate well. There was bad shots there, and then there was the scarlet letter that everyone's holding for that shot clock violation.
Yeah. And
coming out of a timeout.
Out of a timeout.
How? Isn't your boy clutch? What was your stat?
They got a good shot.
Well, they did. They did.
You got a wide open look.
1 second after the shot clock expired.
I don't know what DeLon was doing, though. I really
he didn't know.
Yeah.
You said it perfectly. He was operating. I'm looking at it right now. He has no idea there's only 9 seconds left on the shot clock. He has no idea that there's any, push that there's any need to get anywhere. He's moving, like he's dribbling out to the wing. He makes a turnaround. He's just flying all over the place, and he immediately knows it.
Yeah.
He immediately knows that he puts his hands on his head. Yeah. He immediately knows that he messed up.
And then
that he missed it.
To his credit, I guess, Buddy knew. That's why he got the shot up the way he did. Tried to beat the clock. He knew the clock was winding down.
Yeah.
But just a second too late.
I'm not sure. Like it now that I'm looking at it again.
It was off a pick and roll, right? Like after there was a decision for him to make that was supposed to be like immediate, and he didn't. He kept dribbling and probing under the baseline. And it's like, well, why are you doing that?
So Chimezie completely whiffed on the pick. Like he didn't even hit Ja. Ja just like rolled underneath him. Valanciunas switched on him, and it looked like he had an urgency to get to the basket. But when Valanciunas switched on him, it looked like he didn't know what to do. So he runs under the basket, runs back out to the 3-point line, tries to get back to the basket. Valanciunas does not leave him.
Yeah.
And then that's when he throws the ball to Buddy. Buddy, and again, to Buddy's credit, Buddy's running towards the ball. He's trying to get to him to bail him out. Just, it was too late.
That was rough. And can I mention something else too? Like I said,
anything to keep me from watching this clip over and over again. Jeez.
I like the young fella. I like John Morant.
Yeah.
I hate the way. See, these are the things that I talk about when I say De'Aaron Fox has to do everything, and he has a responsibility that other star players in this league don't have. John Morant, they were trying to hide him defensively all night long. All night long. He never has to play defense. They thought Justin James was that dude. Oh yeah, guard Justin James. He doesn't do anything. So Justin started lighting him up. Soon as Justin started lighting him up, they got Ja off of him. That's what it happens all the time in games with him and Trae Young.
Well,
they try to hide. Trae Young's probably even a little bit worse.
I was going to say Trae. We always knew they were going to do that with Trae.
Oh my gosh, the way they try to put him in the corner every single time, it's ridiculous. It really is. And what do we say when De'Aaron scores 25? Kings give up like 120. De'Aaron's got to play better defense. Well, nobody in this league is being asked to do both, really. You know what I mean?
Certainly at that position. I feel like that's always been an unwritten rule in basketball where point guards just kind of look at each other before the game. You good? You good? Okay. No defense till halfway through the fourth. You got it. Let's go. Few exceptions. Chris Paul's an exception. Though I think there are times Chris Paul gives a look. Hey, fourth quarter.
Yeah.
We're good until then.
Yeah, man. So that was what I'm always reminded of when I see Ja and Trae Young play. But there's the thing, like De'Aaron can't do it because what, you gonna put Buddy on that guy? You know what I'm saying? Like
you don't do that.
Don't do that. And that's where Harrison comes in. And it's like, all right, well, now we ask a lot of Harrison. Like Harrison, guard the best shooting guard, small forward, and power forward all the time. Like you got to guard LeBron, and we need you to switch on AD. Poor Harrison a couple of times guarding Zion, guarding him a couple of times this year. It's like, my goodness. So I think that's where they need to improve. That's one spot where they need to improve. And that's where somebody like Mo Harkless helps out.
Yeah, Mo, he really, I mean, I guess Mo Harkless is the epitome of a guy who has a role on a team because he's not going to get you much in terms of the scoring column.
No.
He's had
you won't expect that. He can give it to you every now and then.
Yeah, but like really, really every now and then. Like those are few and far between.
He's probably going to average about 8 or 9 points.
Yeah, like that's what I was thinking. I was thinking under double digits.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was under double digits. Here's a way to wrap up last night's game, at least, because God knows what we're going to be talking about Monday.
Mo's averaging
I have no clue.
5, by the way.
Who he's averaging 5? Okay.
Yeah. Could be
I don't know what we're going to be talking about Monday. I don't know if we're going to be talking about Luke Walton staying, Luke Walton going. Maybe my theory on the announcement coming on Monday, regardless of what the announcement is, maybe that's just completely off. I feel like it won't be because if you're going to hire a coach, you need to start that process. You need to start the interview process. You need to get at this because there's probably going to be some teams that, well, maybe there aren't going to be. I don't know how many teams are actually letting coaches go. I don't know that Steven Silas is going to be fired. And if he is, screw the Rockets. That's trash. Steven Silas has no reason to be fired. Minnesota actually, even though they fired Ryan Saunders during the season, they hired their coach already.
Mm-hmm.
There's no interim title.
Mm-hmm.
Nate McMillan's going to be in the playoffs. He's technically an interim coach. It would be insane to think that he's not going to be the coach moving forward. I don't know what New Orleans is going to do, though. I don't think they're going to let Stan Van Gundy go.
No.
I don't know where we're at with Orlando. Cleveland just hired a new coach. Nick Nurse is safe. I don't think. Well, that's later, right? Budenholzer. That's going to be later. What do they hold out? Can you risk holding out if you're the Kings? Because if Budenholzer's let go, and I don't believe Budenholzer is going to be let go under any circumstance, I don't think Budenholzer is going to be let go. Though there seems to be there seems to be a lot of noise about it, about him being let go. If and maybe this is only if something goes really, really wrong for the Bucks, but that could just be a situation where Coach Bud's off for a year. You can't wait till the Eastern Conference Finals and go, okay, Luke, you're out of here. You can't do that.
Where's Sam Cassell at? Is he in Los Angeles or did he go with Dr. Philly or is he somewhere else?
I don't feel like he went to Philly, but I can tell you right this very second. Oh, he did go to Philly. Yeah, he is with Doc.
So I don't know how that goes as far as like like if he can sign a deal with the
Doc is loyal, boy.
Playoffs and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that goes, but that's somebody to look at. I think it'll be Luke, man. I think it'll be Luke.
Dude, he's been an assistant for 11 years. How has this man not gotten a nod yet? Am I missing something?
No, you're not. Then that would be the argument for me against like waiting. Like I'd give Sam Cassell a shot. I would give Sam Cassell a shot. So it wouldn't be nothing to wait about.
With all due respect, like Stan Van Gundy got another chance. Like before Sam Cassell got his first.
I said the same exact thing when Stan was hired on these airways.
You did, and Stan, but Stan's not
get that job.
Stan's not a bad coach. I didn't think this fit. Like I'm not going to ignore Stan Van Gundy's record as a head coach. Like it's last couple of years in Detroit, not so much.
No,
but he's a solid coach. But it's weird to think that 11 years as an assistant and still, and like it's not like this isn't meant to be. It's not like he's 11 years under Dave Yeager, who's he's 11 years under, like or not 11 years under Doc, but he's been with Doc Rivers since 2014. He was with the Washington Wizards before that, from 2009 to up until he went to the Clippers. So that's wild, man. That's crazy to me. That was, and I think that's 2009. Is that Flip? I can't remember who was coaching that. I mean, he's point being, he's been around nothing but high level coaches, Hall of Fame coaches, his entire run as an assistant. Yeah. Hopefully I don't know how big this cycle of course we're going to find out Monday, and that's not just pertaining to the Sacramento Kings. That's pertaining to the entire league. I don't know how much coaching turnover there's going to be. Speculation on some big names like Budenholzer and Terry Stotts and all those guys, but those aren't Monday issues. Those are post playoff series issues.
No. Yeah, I like I said, I think Luke will be back. I think he'll be back. I think they'll.
It's really pissing me off that you keep trying to speak this into an existence.
I'm just telling you, I think he's going to be back.
It's about to be Jesse and KC next week.
Did you know that last night the Kings went 2 for 3 in Kenny's Keys? and still lost.
Really?
Yeah, they went crazy on the bench points thanks to Justin James, and they had less turnovers than Memphis. That's what I said they needed to do, and fast break points they lost. I said they should, Memphis is really good at fast break points. I want to see the Kings beat them at that, but they got the bench points and they got the total turnovers. I need them to take care of the basketball, and they couldn't get the win.
Will Z has been working on a stat. Our statistician has been working on a season-long thing regarding Kenny's keys. It's not often they go for two. They hit 2 out of 3 and lose. Yeah, that doesn't happen.
They should. I'm gonna run all. See, tonight is a little different though because nobody's playing for either team. But I'm gonna run them all back again. You do those things. I said that they need to take care of the basketball. Keep the turnovers down. They needed to beat them at the fast break points. They do that, they'll win this game. And the bench mob needs to work. But I say it's so crazy because the bench is going to be starting for like everybody.
Right. Right.
This is a tough Kenny's keys today because nobody even cares about this game.
Yeah, and I may have told the people in the chat I don't have a high interest in watching this one. This is a Saturday morning. Grab my figurative coffee. It's not really coffee, but grab my caffeinated beverage and put my feet up and catch up on the game as quickly as possible. Of course, it's not like I have anything better to do tonight, but still, the wind was really let out of the sails last night.
I remember yesterday I was saying like, oh no, it won't be a funeral because we prepared for it. And after it actually happened, I was like, nah, it's a funeral. This sucks. This is all bad.
Well, hey, I got a good way to cheer you up.
What's that?
Head over to Chris Biederman's Twitter account and watch all the Trae Young highlights you can handle.
Hey,
hop in the car with Jazzy. Come over here. I got 2 bottles of the brand new Luke Belaire Blue waiting for you. I'm going to go put these in the refrigerator so they're nice and chilled for you. I would tell you to head to your favorite local retailer and grab your new limited edition Luke Belaire Blue bottle, but it's not available for you yet. We'll let you know exactly when it is. So grab all the other Luke Belaire flavors. Grab you some McQueen and the Violet Fog.
Yeah.
We want you to have a great weekend. We want you to have a safe weekend. We want you to be back here Monday.
Real quick before we get out of here. Sacramento's very own friend of the program, Xavier Martinez. He's back in action Saturday.
Okay.
He's facing Juan Carlos Burgos in a 10-round junior lightweight matchup. It's going to be on Showtime. So Xavier Martinez, man, check him out.
And check us out Monday. I don't know how eventful the weekend will be, but it could be a very eventful Monday. Set your alerts for YouTube. Set your alerts for Twitch. Just in case we have to start the show a little bit early. But either way, if you're on the radio, we'll be back with you Monday at noon. Have a great weekend. We appreciate you for being with us here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Still go Kings. Where are these Kenny's facts coming from? What are you people doing? Oh, that's where it's coming from Ace.
Oh, what is happening right now?
That's uncalled for, Ace.
Kenny tried out for the Kings in the end tonight because he had a winner's mentality. That's funny.
Cheryl, Baltimore, have a great weekend.
You too, Cheryl. Appreciate you.
Yes, indeed.
Appreciate you. Kenny's keys. This is going. Dress at least 9 players.
Outdress the other team. It's always odd. Not odd. And I really respect it. I love it. I appreciate it. But Harrison Barnes in the suit on the bench. No,
everyone else is wearing sweats, and
nobody's wearing that. Not even the coaches anymore.
I appreciate it.
I definitely appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
Harrison's such a professional.
He is. He's got a solid suit game too.
He does.
Becky not leaving the Spurs, or would she take the Kings job? I think she would take a job if it was open. Now, I don't know that everybody is lining up to take this Kings job or would be taking this Kings job. I can think of one specific person who was approached. It's weird. That person was approached by Luke's agent, wasn't even approached by Luke about joining Luke's staff. And that particular person was like, I don't think so. So I'll pass.
That's a no for me, dog.
It's a no for me, dog. That's a big, big no. Yeah, can we? Yeah, we did not do the stream never got into a flow today.
They were disjointed.
Yeah, it was like we started to build, and then it just kind of like peaked. And then it hit with Kyle. I think people are. I think last night's game really just kind of kicked people.
Yeah, last night in 15 years is the realization that it was 15 years.
Yeah,
it's like damn.
Yeah, we might not get them likes today. Securing the bags, we might not get those today. But hopefully people will. Dude, that's big facts right there. Kings were as good as Kenny's t-shirts. We'd have more championships than the Celtics and Lakers.
Appreciate you, big dog. Shadow Man was getting on me earlier because I didn't know the name of Front Street. I never.
No, you knew the name of Front Street. You just didn't.
I never thought about street names in Old Sac.
Oh,
I never
right.
I was like, oh, I guess, and then it makes sense. I mean, they have to get mail, so there's an address. But I never thought about street names in Old Sac. Never thought about it. And then Jazz was like, he doesn't even know the cross street to our house. She's kind of right, kind of wrong, kind of right. I'm not. She's perfect with street names, but she gets turned around. I can tell you exactly what moves.
Better lower your voice. Better lower your voice.
Yeah. No, she's terrible with she gets turned around so easily.
Okay.
I have the sense of direction. She takes good directions.
Y'all gonna hit that one more like, make everybody's day.
Come on now.
Smoothie just came in here. She wants y'all to hit the one more like.
Smoothie.
I mean, it's only
What's up with Sprout?
Oh, she's good. Yeah, she's good. She's good. She's back to normal. You want to come over here? You want to say everybody?
It's always all love, Shadow Man. It's always all love, big dog.
Nobody can see you when you lay down. All right.
Yeah,
I'll get
it was called Club Alley, and it was right behind Sidelines. That was official. 20 years old.
Club Alley. There it is. There you go.
Take your screenshots.
Let's get your screenshots. Oh, you missed it. It's gone. We're already at 70. Too late. Too late. Both my dogs are labs. They're yellow labs. Sisters, different litters.
Have a good weekend, King Flies.
All right, we got to roll, kids. I got to read a few commercials, and Jesse's going to make us work. So,
and also, for what it's worth here, Nick Wagner saying 49ers QB Trey Lance went 20 of 24 during 3 competitive 7-on-7 sessions.
Missed 4 passes, huh? 7 passes?
Am I reading this wrong? Competitive 7-on-7 sessions and hitting on his first 12 attempts.
Hall of Fame.
I'm ready to go.
Hall of Fame.
Minor details. You're asking too many questions, Jesse.
Don't forget to go over to thedopeones.com. Get your gear. Thedopeones.com. Use the promo code DLOKC for 10% off at checkout. That's DLOKC, not DLO and KC. Come figure out why my damn coupon didn't work. DLOKC for 10% off and grab your DLO and KC gear. And we'll see you here Monday at noon.
Holla.